Amen from the great Santa. Santa is coming. And he has an M60 in one arm and a chainsaw in the other. You're not going to get victory out of an academic into conversation. Show me where an academic has conquered Jack. You want to use the words and the concepts that our victimizers give you. Think about that, you pieces of shit. The real aim of mass migration policies are motivated by economics. Oh, that's what it is. It's the abstraction of the economy again. Do you see the economy getting better? Has it ever gotten better? It never has. How many generations do you have to continue to listen to these arguments from the abstraction cowards? They don't realize the anti-whites come in here with the premise that you get to debate. The premise being, we need ever-exploding population of people. No, our countries don't need it. And it's been known, the anti-white oligarchs have known since the 1950s, maybe even earlier, that robots were going to do it all. So no, why do you keep taking their prep? Oh, we're going to need a real pro-native. We're going to have to, who's going to be the people getting the money? It's just generic, right? It's going to be the non-white people who will be happily birthing the next generation at the expense of the white taxpayer. You have a much more serious conundrum. All of you out there who fancy yourself as thinkers, you're not going to get white people to reproduce by telling them that, hey, you can get a couple extra more dollars. Stop fucking worshiping money. White people will breed big families when we have pride again. When the moral tapestry of our countries is white positive again. And then it won't matter how little money we have. We will produce a gigantic birth boom that you've ever seen. It ain't about the dollars. Stop debating that stupid shit. I know they're censoring me everywhere because I am far smarter, far more intelligent, and they don't want anybody hearing the truth. Pro-natalist. Just give them a tax break. No, white people are not going to produce babies for more money. And the reason why is we hate ourselves. We hate being white. We hate Western civilization because that's the morality of the day. And we are, more than any other group of people on the planet, self-policers. If you teach us that the moral thing to do today is to be anti-white, we will self-police anti-whiteism. If you defeat anti-whiteism with the new white positive morality, social morality that we teach in Go Free, you will see white women wanting to have 10 children. White men proud like you've never seen to show their giant brood off. It is pride in one's people. It is love of one's kind that creates more of that kind. Not a fucking check from the government. You're giving all your jobs away, but who gives a shit compared to giving the destiny and existence of Westernkind away? I don't give a shit. What I care about is the well-being of our people. The anti-whites, they want you to call it a great replacement. So why is it when no white guilt, who has fought his whole life for our people and has demonstrated so much intelligence and success in this entire community of brilliant, artistic, accomplished people, why is it when they show up and they're like, hey, don't call it that, call it white erasure, that you all out there say, oh, no, I want to call it what the anti-whites want us to call it. You deserve to have all of the outcomes of anti-whiteism inflicted on you and your families first. Academic types have been getting in the way of Go Free for a long time. I don't like that. He knows how to come to conclusions that make the financial backers of the institution happy. That's what all academics know how to do. You're going to see poignantly exactly what I mean. What you call something now really determines later the value of the loss. What you call something today, is this an economic problem that just needs to be remedied? What is it? Because what you call it determines the value you put on it when it's lost. I want you to look back at across our countries, in the history of our countries. I want you to look back and see how we have placed almost no value, a shrug's worth of value on things that were lost, that were paid for with white people that were far better than you were. Paid for with their blood and sweat and tears and death and love and life and hardship and sacrifice. And now lost, you do this. Why? Because it wasn't all of that love and fight and blood and sweat and life that you called the loss, that was lost. No, you lost just the name of a highway. You lost the name on a building. You lost a promotion at work. And all those things are shrugs. If you allow these people to take the value out of the things that are really being eviscerated, you are at fault. That means our fight, in a big way, is with conservatives. They're content creators. If we allow them to call the white erasure, to make the argument of the biological white erasure, but before we even get there, the white erasure of our norms, our customs, our history, our achievements, our accomplishments, our hardships, our misery, our challenges, the wars we fought as white men. If you allow them to call that an economic replacement, if you allow them to devalue all of that, then shame on you. So here you have the concern over what's taking place in the conservative and the abstractionist mindset, abstraction coward mindset, to be one of economics. So as we get everything white erased, all of our norms, customs, etc., as the white race itself is being biologically white erased, and then these academics, the conservative academics, lose again, then it'll be just a collective shrug. It was just a difference of opinion on economy. Not for me. Up bright and early for white well-being church. We are the Church of Westernkind. The Church of Westernkind. That's what we are. We are the Church of Westernkind. Who is the modern system? Who are the victims of the modern system? And therefore, if we can see who the victims are, we know who the victimizer is, because they are anti who the victims are. At that level, in those circles, are not going to say, well, what we want to do is obliterate all of the white race. Who is the victim? Where else on planet Earth do you see a people's entire norms under assault? Their entire cultural, genetic identity under assault. There's only one place. It's the West. There's only one group. It's Westernkind. This country was built, created, fought for, died for, loved for, maimed for by white men. This is repulsive. This administration is repulsive. But you try telling a white conservative woman what I just said, that the government should be overwhelmingly run by heterosexual white males, and you watch her lose it. Don't we look like the Star Wars resistance? That's the problem. I don't want to look like the Star Wars resistance. I want to look like the Empire. That's what built America. That's what built the United Kingdom. That's what built Germany. That's what sailed the open seas and Spanish and Italian ships and English ships. That's what did it. not a multiracial witch's cauldron morass of the most ideologically varied, homosexual, genderless, female administration in history. They didn't build this. That means they can't recreate it. You're going to get a very different country.
trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It's another Sunday and another fantastic Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know if you can hear me. Featured stories today are how to beat the best and brightest claim that is shoved in your faces by the cucks. Mexico and Colombia say no. And aid cut for all. But Israel and Denmark being dumb. Go free lesson of the day. Kip, keep it Promethean. What does it mean? How is it applied? And a fantastic comment I've got to share from Johnny Johnson. Your comments and questions. And then there is this. A zebra walks into a bar, sits down, and orders a double whiskey. The barkeep is shocked and amazed, but just stands in awe, watching the zebra drinking and eating peanuts. Drink after drink, the zebra orders, until finally, the barman can't take it anymore. You are amazing. I've never seen a talking zebra before. You should go to the circus that's in town. They'd love you. Oh, cool, says the zebra. Are they looking for a plumber? Bet you didn't see that coming. Let me know if that mic is working, ladies and gentlemen. Bet you didn't see that coming. The zebra is a plumber. Not only can he talk, but if they have any plumbing needs over there, welcome to Church of the West. White well-being, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see all of you. If you can hear me, I hope, because this thing's been, it's working. Fantastic. It's great to hear. It's been playing games. It's not me. It's them. It's the actual platform. But we've done all that we can, and we're here working again. It's nothing but power. Nothing but white well-being power. Church of the West. Hey, it is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, in which a brand new king, President Trump, reigns, coming up on a full week. And it's been spectacular. It's been nothing but fireworks. Since you'll never experience another leader like that in history, and it's sad in some ways to know. It's sad, but it's amazing. He's an amazing guy. He is an amazing creation of our biosphere. It's 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, where maybe Putin wants him to have a little bit of a Fauci ouchie. In what kind of execution do they practice over there in Russia? Let's give him right up. What do you say? Let's give him right up to Putin. What time is it where you are as we go free, ladies and gentlemen? Church of the West, a gathering for the heroes who are recapturing the... We are the mission. We are the folks who are recapturing the West. It's good to see every single one of you. If you would like to financially gift while you are here with us, you may do so. But before even contemplating the financial gifts, you can contemplate a donation at thefoundationforwhitewellbeing.com or .org. You can head straight there. 501c3 financing in part the Church of the West, going free, white well-being, the dialogic, the lexical, dialectical armory that we bring to bear in the lives of every single individual. If you're not making the lives of the people who follow what you preach better, then you are merely a detriment, especially in this day and age. As the West, you hear a giant flushing sound. Oh, that's our people and our civilization. We got to put a stop to it. Hey, maybe we could give that zebra a call. What do you think about that? You can head over there directly, or you can go over to knowwhyguilt.org and you can find the link for that foundation over there as well. While you're there, you can click on the financial gift tab and you'll see the options that you have to financially gift yours truly, the hierarch of the Church of the West. Westernkind, here I am, your Pope has arrived, and I will pontificate over the course of the spectacular gathering. I'm so excited to be with everybody. So you can financially gift. You'll see the options there. You'll see cryptocurrency wallets there as well. Bitcoin is doing well. A little bit goes a long way. Now might be the time before something happens again with Bitcoin. Who knows? Who knows? Now might be the time. So you can see your wallets over there that you could use. Also find a snail mail address, and you can reach out to me. And as a matter of fact, in the Thumbological mailbag, there might be some mail. I peered down in there, and it looks like there might be a thing or two, and we will be having a look at that a little bit later. You can financially gift in a way that I will see while I am here. It's going to be glorious. Over at Cash App, over at Subscribe Star, monitors over to my right, your left. over on Premium Rumble. I can see over there. Please no more than $1 or so, because they take a giant bite. They take a giant bite. Those rapacious, those avaricious curs over there. So please no more than $1. Also D Live for the cryptocurrency, and Odyssey for cryptocurrency. No longer, do not give cash over there at Odyssey. They are discontinuing that aspect, as they have broken a deal. They've lost their deal, but it's okay. It's okay, because we have other options, and I'll probably create some more options to financially gift the work that we are doing here, changing lives, endless testimonials, literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of testimonials. I don't know if we've got more than 1,000 at this point, maybe, but literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people's lives changed, improved for the better. Families started not as a parallel to whatever weird you were doing, but because of this. 2 children named after yours truly. How does that happen? I'm not a rock star. How does that happen? Not a family member. How does that happen? Not long dead and gone and in history books. Must be doing something right over here, not drinking the aqua tofana that the anti-whites want to leave for us to drink. Why aren't they handing out more of that? These Brand Danger. Brand Danger, Dean Danger's in the house. Good to see the champion. He's in there sharing some of those links that you can use. Otherwise, as we dig in here, where's the shovel? We're going to be digging into the world. Mightily upset. Over there in Denmark, they're losing their marbles. People everywhere losing them. Now's the time for the Trump dictator to emerge. He has time to emerge. He will come out of his shell, his chrysalis, and he will come out like a voracious what? What are those things? I don't know. They're cicadas, I guess, is what they are. And the cicada, he's going to come out, and it's going to be a new horror movie, and I'm going to be watching for your messages, your comments, your questions. You disagree with me, you agree with me because you're brilliant, and you will tag me as No White Guilt with the @ symbol, No White Guilt. Doesn't matter what platform you're on. If you put the @ symbol, it might light up for me, or otherwise will just attract my attention like a pair of long legs all the way to heaven. Like a pair of those. And I will see what you have to say, and I will speak to what you have to say. Azimuth Clark is in the house. Are you get excited as I get excited for the recapture of the West? Nothing but victories. Time to be excited. Let's get into this. We did actually start off immediately with a question. Mark Collett talking about yours truly again, saying on his stream that he wouldn't want to be trapped on an island with me because I would be teaching go free. I don't know, on an island, probably not. Probably not. If it were just me and Mark, he would probably get tired of the go free. I would probably get tired of the 3 words that he knows how to speak. It's the we probably get bored of each other really quickly. We would probably be weird. But I imagine, though, that we would end up working together and we would save ourselves. And we're 2 white men. So we would probably build Western civilization. And then we would get on ships that we would build with our own 2 hands and our intelligence. And we would sail and we would find, just like those 2 brothers that created Rome. And we would travel and we would find females just like they did. And we would then abduct the females just like they did. And we would bring them back to the island. And we would we would reproduce, and we would grow. The colony would grow, and it would get stronger and mightier. And we would create, and we would envision beautiful things. And then the sons and daughters, they would come forth. And we would be more journeys, and we would capture more, and we would bring more. And we would dominate the island. We would dominate the diseases and the animals. We would wage war on the animals that wanted to wage war on us. And we would build such a beautiful civilization that before you know it, ships of brown people would show up and they would be begging, please let us into your civilization. And we would say, no, you cannot come in. You must go away. Travel far away. We would ask them silly questions like in Monty Python. We would ask them silly questions for entrance, and they would not know to be able to get into our civilization. The airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow I digress. Let us continue. We have news here. I want to start off with this champ, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this lovely fellow. The anti-whites are losing their minds everywhere you turn because of the Trumpian Trumpster is making them lose their minds. Remember, for those who are tortoises and the vegetative state are just passing through and they're like, he endorses Trump? Doesn't he know that Trump is actually Trumpelstein? Doesn't he know that he's actually Trumpelstein? This guy must be a Trumpelstein too. Now, I don't think so. But we do know that Trump's going to do a lot of things. Some of the things are going to benefit us obliquely, laterally. I'll use that word. Maybe you understand that. And he will do things. But more importantly, he and his mouthpieces out there will use, as they have used, baseness. Total baseness on top of baseness. Checking out my Riz, baby. Check out my Riz as we get Trump and all his mouthpieces out there using different concepts from Go Free that Carlet couldn't stand if we were on an island together. We get them to use those things, and we wouldn't have been able to use a Kamala administration to say any of those, but we can get Trump and his, as we've gotten Trump already, don't forget, and his mouthpieces to say, surrogates to say these things. But the anti-whites are losing their minds. And take a look at this fellow. You can see what in the king God in hell, what in the obese, what in the heart attack impending, what in the Ozempic not using hell is this thing? Well, let's hear what he has to say. He's worried about ICE.
If you're the type of person that is currently right now posting on your social media the number for ICE,
if you had posted the number for ICE, if you're the kind of person posted the number for ICE, yes, I'm making fun of his handicap.
And saying to report your local immigrants,
yes, report your local immigrants. Yes, do all of that.
You're not a fucking good person.
Ooh, you're not a good person.
Right there is the most vile and evilest fucking shit.
It's the evilest. Those call ICE.
I have ever seen. I was scrolling my Facebook this morning,
was scrolling on his Facebook while he was eating 10 pancakes in one bite.
Yes, not a fucking good thing to do because it's Facebook. The people on there, it's just a cesspool of hate.
It's a cesspool of hate. That's what it's a cesspool. It's cesspools. Sausage Man has spoken.
And right-wing extremists. But I was scrolling through my Facebook today, and someone I personally,
if diabetes was a person,
know, was sharing a post saying, call ICE and report your local immigrants. That is disgusting.
That is disgusting. It's fucking beautiful. Call ICE and turn them in. Turn them all in. One more thing. What else do I have here before we get started? Call ICE and turn them in. And this, of course, is what's happening as they are collecting these. Far too few. I know. I posted on X. I said, look, it can't be 450, which is what it's averaging a day. It's got to actually be 7,000 a day. Do the math. Just to get rid of what Biden brought in these 4 years, just to get rid of them, it's got to be 7,000 a day. It can't be just the rapists and the murderers, Trump administration. It's got to be the kids in our schools who are getting education for free, who are getting health care on our back. We're paying for that. They got to go too. It's got to be. I saw a content creator, where was he, yesterday? Sometime. And they were like, can you believe, it was on Instagram, I think it was yesterday, and they're like, they showed children, and it was a picture of like children and a family, and they were like, here is what the leftists want you to think that Trump is deporting, and here's what he actually is deporting, and it shows, like gangbangers. And I just wrote there simply, they all got to go. But you ever think to yourself, I wonder if the violent animals, rapists, child molesters, and I know we're on YouTube, so some child rapists are very fine people. I got to say that. But I do also have to say, you ever wonder if these people, if they know, like, are they cognizant of what party aids them, of what party empowers them, of what party enables them to rape and maim and murder and steal and reform the West to look like them? You ever wonder? Did you ever wonder and think, do they actually know? Yeah, they know.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti.
I ain't going back to Haiti. I ain't going back. Have you been there? It's a bunch of down there. Have you been down there? You see how many are down there? I ain't going back. Shit. I ain't going to live in their neighborhood. God dang.
ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
F Trump, you feel me? No, we definitely don't want to feel you. All right. No, absolutely. 10-foot pole kind of business. We don't want to be anywhere close to you. Yo, he said, Biden forever, bro. Biden forever, bro. I think they know. I think they know at every level what party is abetting them to destroy the white race and Western civilization. But then he has one more president to mention.
Feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro.
Thank Obama for everything he did for me, bro. Obama brought me here. You know how many white bitches I raped since then? You know how many white bitches I guilted into sex since then? Thank Obama for everything, bro. Don't send me back. Don't send me back down there. You know how many of them is there down there? It's violent down there because there's so many is down there. God damn it, bro.
For everything that he did for me, bro.
Yeah, I think they know. But also, what's really important, I got to point out, because you hear these people, it's incessant, talking about how it's always a slide to the left. You see, they get up in front of you at the meetings and they all have a certain way of talking. They're the only ones they allow to speak at the certain types of conferences. And they're like, I'm going to academic the ever living shit out of this, you know? And I'm like, I'm an academic, you see? And let me tell you, what can I talk about? Can I talk about Nietzsche for a while first? Let me talk about Poland in the 16th century when it was just ruled by the blah, blah, blah. And let me put my pinky in there so you understand that I'm an academic and I'm totally useless. And then I will tell you that there's been a steady slide to the left. It's a slide to the left. It's like a slide to the left. Wasn't that a song again? Slide to the left. How did that go? How was that song? To the left, to the left. It's a slide to the left. It ain't a slide to the left. It's a slide to anti-whiteism. That's all it's ever been. It's not a slide to the left. Let me just demonstrate, in case your memories are short, and I know some people out there. I want you to take a good look at this. This is Hillary Clinton in 2008.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No.
Talking about the anti-white border crossers. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked.
Questions asked, they're gone.
So if this is where the left is, if you go into the past and you find the left, you find things like Biden, or rather Obama, well, Biden too, against things like gay marriage in the past. Again, all about deport. Remember, Obama deported more people in his term than Trump did. So in his terms, first term. So you have these people who are on the left and they hold these positions. The further back in time you go, it's less and less anti-white. So where are they sliding then? If the Republicans, if the right is sliding left, where's the left sliding? There ain't no sliding spectrum, you absolute vegetative imbeciles. It is all anti-whiteism taking incremental steps. You just keep listening to these folks. God bless you. God bless you, you squash heads out there. God bless you. Are you cabbage? God bless you that you continue to listen to these content creators who specialize in peddling in place without a chain. They specialize in giving you novelty takes. And you're just one day to the next, they have a new novelty take. And it's just for a time, it'll be, well, it's a slide to the left. And then it'll be a horseshoe. And then it'll be whatever. It's all anti-whiteism. It is moving anti-whiteism. It is incremental anti-whiteism. Can you imagine? This is Hillary.
If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes, and you have to try to learn English, and you have to wait in.
Do you remember that? Obama said the exact same stuff when he first ran and came to power in the United States, and all of the idiots out there, all of the cucks out there, so many white females, but there were white guys too. Let me tell you, I spoke with them who thought, oh, it's over now. We've elected a black president. And so they can't call us any naughty words anymore. Really? I said, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. And the Tea Party movie 2009 got started. You remember this? And the Tea Party and what else got started then? The Oath Keepers, they got started, and they're all like, well, we can't be called naughty words anymore because we voted for a black guy for president. And I was like, are you still breathing? Because you'll still be called bad names. They're going to keep recontextualizing, reframing until you're dead and gone, because it's all about hating white people. That's what it is. Stop trying to make it out to be. But the beautiful thing here is that we take the extra step and we say, how do we fix this? Because you see, your hierarchy here, so many decades ago, hearing all of this, they were peddling in place decades ago and decades before that and decades before. And I showed up and they're like, Jason, we're going to tell you about how bad the lefties are. And I was like, all right, yeah, tell me. I want to know. I want to learn all this. What books should I read? And they're like, yeah, read these, read all of these. Here's how bad they're. And then they can, Jason would tell you how bad the Jews are. We can tell you how bad. And I was like, okay, yeah, let's hear it. And the books. Okay, let me get the books too. I'll read all those books. And they're like, we're going to tell you how bad the Marxists are. And I was like, okay, let me hear all about it. Let me read the books on them. And then I did something that a lot of people who show up here also did, because they had blind sight, as I did. And they asked the shocking, the unbelievable, the unthinkable. Okay, so how do we fix it? And then the idiots, content creators, were like, I'm sorry, could you say that in English? Because I thought that was like Mandarin. What did you? Yeah, I said, okay, I accept. Now, how do we fix it? I'm sorry. Still having a problem. Maybe I had an aneurysm. I don't understand what you're saying. Really? All I'm asking is you've done all of this research, right? You've dug into it. You dug in and you know all the names and you know all the different groups and you know you could tell me when they started, who started, when they stopped, when they divided, all the different intrigues of, you're an inquirer of all of these villains. So tell me now, how do we fix this? And they're like, what are you, some kind of Fed? What are you, a Jew? What are you, a crypto Jew? And then you're like, well, okay, I guess we're not going to go anywhere here. And you got to go out. You got to try to find some other things out for yourself. And so we do. And we find out that the Trumpster is being denied by Mexico. Didn't you used to hate that? I used to hate that in school. And I used to burn down my teacher. In fact, I had one teacher who was, I don't know what country she was originally from, Central South America. And she would say all of those countries and all of those names in this like just gross, this absolutely like gross accent. But then she would say Germany, France, everything else without an accent, Italy. So the one I hated the most was Puerto Rico. I feel like she said that more than she had to annoy the ever-living shit out of all the white kids. She's like, and then we're going to be discussing tap water in Puerto Rico and how they put, and I'm like, what? No, don't say that. So I finally, with her and other teachers, I was like, look, if you're not going to say the names of my European countries in the accent that they speak those names, then you need to stop doing it for Central and South America. bitch. She had a big old fat ass too, really just nasty. Not like a nice one or anything, just like a big old, you could set your dinner tray on that thing. Blech! Like, what is that for? Oh, you don't even need chairs. You just lean back. She's like, hold on, I gotta get my wallet. Mexico and Colombia. Would you like your coffee? Would you like some Colombian coffee? They both said, no, you're not going to land your planes here and drop off our citizens who we facilitated breaking into your home, your country, your livelihood, your neighborhood. We're not going to bring them back. And Trump said he's going to get bent out of shape over this. Let's see first here. What do we have? Who's first on the docket? Mexico. And a very interesting Mexican who is the president there at the moment. Very interesting.
Mexico refused a request from President Donald Trump's administration to allow a U.S. military aircraft deporting migrants to land in the country, said U.S. and Mexican officials.
Look at that beautiful American plane. White men, engineered, built, created, beautiful. Packing it up. Pack it in. Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin.
On Friday, 2 U.S. military flights and a commercial chartered flight transported about 80 migrants each to Guatemala. But the plan to have a C-17 transport aircraft land in Mexico did not move ahead after the country denied permission. The U.S. State Department and
I've got an idea. Isn't that a beautiful building right there? I get an idea. How about we pair a B-52 carpet bombing super stratoforce to fly with these cargo planes full of the anti-white intruders. And if the country that we want to land in says, no, we're not going to let you land, okay, then we'll just let all the bombs out of this B-52 go on your runway, on your airport. No one will land there, bitch.
And the Pentagon did not immediately respond to requests for comment. In a statement on Friday, Mexico's foreign ministry said it had a, quote, very great relationship with the U.S. and cooperated on issues such as immigration. When it comes to repatriations, we will always accept the arrival of Mexicans to our territory with open arms, it said. A Mexican official did not give a reason for the denial. Trump's administration announced earlier this week it was relaunching the Remain in Mexico program. It forces non-Mexican asylum seekers to wait in Mexico
forever
until they're
about 200 years apiece. That's what we're going to set it at, about 200 years apiece.
U.S. cases are resolved. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said that such a move would require the country receiving the asylum seekers to agree, but that Mexico had not done so. Sheinbaum has expressed openness towards accommodating Mexican nationals who are returned. But the leftist leader also said she does not agree with mass deportations. And
we don't give what you agree with. You facilitated this. I would declare war on Mexico.
That Mexican immigrants are vital to the U.S. economy. U.S.-Mexico relations have come into sharp focus since Trump started his second term, with a declaration of a national emergency along the two nations' shared border. The Pentagon said the U.S. military...
How annoying is this girl doing the voiceover? Can we get some AI in this place? AI! Will you come and read this for this bitch?
...would provide flights to deport more than 5,000 immigrants, held by U.S. authorities in El Paso, Texas, and San Diego, California.
San Diego, California. Washington, Mexico City, January 20. Mexico has refused the request from President Donald Trump's administration to allow U.S. military aircraft deporting anti-white intruders, thieves, to land in the country. A U.S. official and a Mexican official told Reuters U.S. military aircraft carried out two similar flights, each with 80 migrants. God, way too few. Could you imagine? You could really pack them in there like cordwood. To Guatemala on Friday, the government was not able to move ahead with a plan to have the C-17 beautiful aircraft land in Mexico. However, after the country denied permission, a U.S. official and a Mexican official confirmed the decision, which was first reported by NBC News. So this first week, Trump is starting off. We've never seen anything like this. This is insane. In 1 week, this guy, he's even holding rallies. He's taking our Princess Melania, and she's beautiful. She's showing up. She's speaking in one of the many languages. She speaks with some of the victims of the fire in LA. I mean, it's insane. And he's nonstop. It's just one thing after another. And of course, there is going to be pushback. And we're already seeing pushback. Of course, I think it was a judge up in the Northwest somewhere, maybe Washington somewhere already, that is challenging birthright citizenship. So I don't know, Trump, it might be time, martial law, go pick that judge up, wrap a noose around his neck and hold the trial. And then if he or she is found to not have been a traitor, okay, then you can take that curious necktie off. But if they are found to be a traitor to the country, then maybe you just tighten it up a little bit. Okay? Just tighten it up a little bit. Okay, enough to get their attention, as we like to say down home here in the South. Just enough to get the attention. But you also see pushback from these countries, from Mexico, from Colombia. Interesting, though, and this is all the news, I've been able to find on Mexico. Sheinbaum seems to be getting a little bit of a different treatment than Colombia, and I wonder why that is. I can't imagine. I can't even think of why Mexico with Sheinbaum as president, why there would be maybe a little bit of a different treatment, at least so far that I can see. Maybe you all can correct me. Maybe he's already taken steps and I just didn't come across an article that reflected the steps that he's taken against Mexico. But before we do anything else, I want to welcome, let's see, Aliens Exist is with us over there on Premium Rumble, and Nationless Nationalist is over there on Premium Rumble. What is this? Before No White Guilt, he says, I was stuck up and unrealistic. I did not have the psychological defense against the psychological warfare that's waged against us. I understand. What is this? Understand stupid. Yes, the stupid boobs. Yes, exactly. So beautiful testimonial over there. Big salutes to you. So before we showed up, he was just walking around and using the other tactics that have always lost. So don't feel bad. Everybody that uses them loses with them. And then come here and begin implementing the Go Free Dialogic, and everything changes, improves for him. The battle for the recapture of our destiny is in your life. It's not in some president. It's not in a political party. It's not anywhere else. It's not in a billionaire. It's in your life. It's in your conversations. And until you realize this, we're going to be stuck in the quicksand of anti-whiteism, and we're drowning, and our babies are drowning. So you've got to get active. But I want you to take a moment to give a like on whatever platform that you are on. Give me a big solid like on whatever platform you're on. It won't matter for the algorithm because we are censored, but it will matter for people showing up. So give a like on whatever platform you are on. Grab the URL, or if you're just on X, especially on X, just click a reshare over there, a repost, a retweet, give it a like. We want as many people to be able to hear that there is an option to remedy what ails us, to remedy, not just talk about it, not give these very interesting takes, not to give you multi-pronged takes that you can't do anything with, but a remedy to those conversations. Please do that, and we will move forward. I'm keeping my eyes in particular on the Twitter or X chat and on Premium Rumble and on YouTube. Cass is over there tagging me. Retweeted and shared. She said over there, she's sharing. She's not holding back. Trump's administration earlier this week announced it was relaunching the program known as Remain in Mexico. Okay. U.S.-Mexican relations have come into sharp focus since Trump started his second term on Monday. I kind of want to know, why are we bothering to fly them into Mexico? Why don't we just open up a corridor with the U.S. Army and tanks and all, and we could lay a bridge down across the river and just walk them bitches across? Just walk them across. What is Mexico going to send troops to stop it from happening? Good luck with that. We'll start shooting. What do you think about that? Shine bomb. What do you think about that, Shine bomb? Claudia. It's pronounced Claudia. It's not Claudia. It's Claudia here in Mexico. And then how dare the U.S. designate all the drug lords? Isn't this funny too? You have this, what's that guy's name? Oh gosh, Carlos, what's his name? New York Times, Carlos the Fat, a Mexican billionaire who is in tight with the drug lords, has his newspaper in the United. Why is this even allowed? Has his newspaper in the United States, the newspaper of record, tell everyone that it's harmful to the United States to declare war on the drug lords. I'm not shitting you. This is where we are today. We need Trump. He's got to go another couple of clicks in the direction of Jackson, and everything will get better fast. Everything. Carlos Slim, Carlos the Fat, Carlos the Fat. Yeah, let's just go ahead and kill all of his friends. This actually saying it's going to harm the U.S. economy to designate the drug and people smugglers and who have been responsible for the crushing. One American family who loses a son or daughter to, I mean, I'm going to sound a lot like Israel sounds right now. One American family, one that loses a son or daughter to drugs brought from Mexico, and we wipe out a third of the Mexican population. That's how we're going to handle it from now on. That's how important the lives of white people are. I bet you Shine Bomb will fix shit real quick on the border. I bet you she'll comply really quickly. Really quickly. Like, we give her a call and we're like, hey, we know you are at your autumn home right now. And so I just want you to take a look at the video of what we just did to your summer property. Oh, it's ashes and nothing but debris. So we could have done it in the house you're in right now. Instead, we did it at your other house. So what do you say now about playing ball, Shine Bomb? What do you say, Claudia, before we launch your ass right into the clouds, Claudia? What do you think about that? How about we pick one of those 2,000-pound bombs back that are going to Israel now that Biden had been holding up, and Trump just said, let it go. Let it go. Let them have all of those bombs. We'll just pluck one of them back and we'll deposit that on your fucking house. How about that? I bet we would get some swift action there. I bet we'd get some swift compliance. My guess is there would be some really swift. Who are you going to appeal to, bitch? Who are you going to appeal? You're going to appeal to Russia on the other side of the world, to China on the other side, China on the other side of the world? I don't think so. They start sailing anything over here, we'll nuke the ocean. We'll drop a Moab on the ocean on their ships. They ain't coming to help you. No fucking around anymore. Andrew Jackson style, bitch. Somebody needs to get Trump and Andrew Jackson's sword. He looked good with that sword carving that cake, guy, by God. This man is old. He's old. He's a fossil. And he's more energetic. He's more alive. He's more vibrant. I don't know. It's amazing. And he's out there, he's making it happen. But with this, can you believe they're pushing back? Sheinbaum has sought to avoid escalating the situation and expressed openness toward accommodating Mexican nationals who are returning. If you're expressing openness, we are going to fast rope them into your backyard. You have some lemonade ready with some Dos Equis, okay? But the leftist leader also said she did not agree with mass deportation. We don't give a fuck what you agree with. Can you believe this insolence? Hey, Mexicans, wake the fuck up. We're the United States, bitch. We don't give a fuck what you think. You open your fucking house up and we're going to stuff this shit in, just like when you're making hot dogs and sausage. We don't give a fuck what you think. And probably that's how Trump would be act. That's how I would act. That's how because I'm a man of the West and I'm fed up and I'm here to protect the white race, Westernkind. So that's how I would act. And maybe that's how Trump would act if it wasn't a Sheinbaum in charge. He has a different take over here on Colombia. What was that? Colombian coffee beans? What was that? Was that a... Do you remember that commercial? It was like Juan, and he's like leading his donkey by himself through this like side of a mountain, and they're growing coffee beans, and they're like, get your coffee from Colombia. Get your coffee from Colombia. I wonder what kind of standards they have. You know, when I was very young, I never thought of it. Then I became an adult, and I was like, I wonder what they're spraying on that. Getting our meat from. I wonder what kind of standards they have for how animals are treated and what they're able to be fed. And do we even know? Let's have a look at what's happening with Colombia. We're going to be talking in just a little bit about how do you deal with this best and brightest for colorblind meritocracy. And I'm going to bring you all in on it. And what are your ideas? How can we respond? What's a pithy way to respond to this? Because this is what we're facing for the next 4 years and maybe longer. This is what we're facing. Colorblind meritocracy, best and brightest. And I have a tweet that I'm going to read a little bit of and to kind of cue it up for us and what it really means for us. When the anti-whites on the right have this mentality. You have Vivek tweeting just the other day, actually saying, we've defeated woke, defeated the wokies. We've defeated the wokies. And now defeated the wokies for ignoring race. We're just going to ignore race. And now where is the opposition going to come from? You know what he's saying there. Of course, he's wrong. Anti-whiteism isn't defeated. He's a practitioner. But even the anti-whites who use the word woke or CRT or leftist or social justice or liberal or neoliberal or go on down the line, neo-reactionary liberal, all of these things. You know, you go to these other content creators, and I'm not talking about the ones that just bring you the news. Champions, of course, like Red Ice. Those are folks like bringing you the news. I'm talking about people who want to give you commentary to their commentariat, and they give you all of these novel views to keep you just intrigued and enthralled. Talking about those people. How many times have you heard them talk about like the neo-reactionary left and the neo? What are some of the other ones that they say? Oh God, what is it'll come back to me. It's so ridiculous. They'll say, and here's the breakup of society today. You mean for your Tuesday show? And they'll chop things up into like 4 different groups, and they'll speak a little bit to each different group. And then by Friday, they'll have switched it all around. They got to keep you entertained, you know. They don't want to fix anything. They got to keep you entertained. Where'd this story go, damn it? So we're going to be talking about that because that's what we're actually going to be facing over the next 4 years. We're going to be talking about that. Hey, is Trump going to get a 3rd term? Did you know that there are Congress people who are working on this. Can we get Trump a third term, but specifically exclude Obama from having a third term? That needs to happen. What else do we have here that we're going to be talking today? Freezing on the foreign aid. That's coming up. Freezing the foreign aid. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? I mean, the country is in a bad way. Now, even though freezing foreign aid sounds pretty good, it's not enough money to fix everything here at home. But it is directionally positive, right? Let's freeze the money. Let's reevaluate. Little Rubio, he's coming out of his foam party. He's crawling out, and they're over there. They're like, YMCA. And he's crawling out of the YMCA. Got a guy giving him a bear hug from behind, and he's crawling out of the foam, and he's like, we're going to reevaluate over here at the State Department all that money that's going out from the United States. Nobody gives even a fraction of the amount of money as we are forced to give to the absolute world. We're going to reevaluate it, except, well, and we'll get to that. What do you expect? We'll get to that. When you have a group of people that act like a people and they're looking out for each other, it's a moral thing. It's a powerful thing. They get results. What do you know? You can imagine Jason, if you will, back when Jason was like 19, and Jason's like, should maybe rather than just slandering the shit out of I get it. I'm with you. Maybe we should emulate that. You think? Get out, Jason. You're never speaking here. You're not allowed near the people in this community. Ostracization for you. No fixing the way things are. What the hell is wrong with you? I feel like this is like one of those, what was that, F Troop? This is like some like kind of low budget comedy show. Hogan's Heroes. It's like Hogan's Heroes. And the Nazis, the incompetent Nazis on that television show, they're the ones who run the explicit white sympathetic sphere. That's the funniest shit I've ever thought of, I think. Because it's so accurate. It is absolutely accurate. For the people who who have the biggest audiences in the explicit white sympathetic sphere, which means they're willing to talk about race, they think race is important, or that it results, the different races have resulted in different outcomes. They are absolutely like the incompetent Nazis in Hogan's Heroes. I've got to go watch an episode of that. Now, as a result, what was the guard's name? What was the fat guard? I see nothing. That's what it's like. We're like, we're gonna fix this. I see nothing. All right. We got some other things to talk about. I want you to participate. I want to hear your comments, your questions, your thoughts. What do you have to say? This is where we learn. It is Church of the West. Daughter of Eve is over here. Great to see you. Greetings. Great brothers and sisters, Promethean hails. This is over on the Twitter live, X live chat. We have Michael Cox says, white grandbabies. White grandbabies. He's a hello to you and welcome. Clean of White Noir here, saying a fantastic clip that we started. That was for White Well-Being, and we're going to be celebrating that hero in a little bit later in our gathering. Totally awesome. The great Seamus is over there, says hails. Leontina is here. Wonderful to see you. Champions. Pete over there on X in the live chat saying drugs are chemical warfare. They absolutely are. I mean, how do you have the Chinese and, of course, now all the anti-whites blaming the entire white race, right? Blame the entire white. They indict the entire white race because white people supposedly sold opium to the Chinese, to all of this in the past at some point. So because past white people babies in the womb today, little beautiful white children going to kindergarten with their little lunch boxes, they should suffer. How about I kick all your fucking teeth out? How about that, motherfucker? How about that? So that's what's happening. China's pumping drugs. Mexico's pumping drugs into the country. That's chemical warfare. How about we drop a little chemical warfare? Oh, look, we found Saddam's stash pile. It showed up in Mexico and has opened up, and it's everywhere. Oh, my gosh. Well, eventually we would find it. And of course, Saddam would hide it in Mexico. We were never going to find it in Iraq. Of course. Probably Tariq Aziz, his number 2. You remember him. He probably personally rode that shit all the way over. And he said, we're just going to sneak it in here. We're just going to plop it over here, all right? Scheinbaum knows what to do with it. And it accidentally went off. Those are old canisters and things that we sold to the Iraq. We gave to the Iraqis back. Oh, but of course, the United States didn't do that. But that's supposedly what happened. So they're old and they go bad. And so they've ruptured. And there you go. Mexico made it rhyme. But I want to see. This is a little better. Let's see. Trump slaps tariffs on Colombia after it turns back on migrant deportation planes. We're also going to have a little bit later a swash through by the White Baron from down under. And he has more fantastic testimonial success from Australia Day. It works everywhere. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Now, I want you to think again about how Mark was saying on his show, I wouldn't be able to handle an island with Jason. Because, well, you know what? Mark has not seen me naked. Maybe he would change his mind. Maybe. I mean, to watch a Greek god statue walk across the white sands of a beautiful oasis, maybe he would change his mind. I don't know. But here we have Stumbling is in the house. Pokemon, go back to Mexico. Hillary Clinton, 2008. Arden Party says Promethean hails. Promethean hails to you, brother. Big hails. Watching the statue, watching me come up out of the water. I can tell you, actually, that's actually true. That actually happened. There was a female. Should I tell this story? This is awful. Here we are. We're right in the middle of, we're going over the news. We're talking about how things should be discussed and addressed and use these stories as a catalysis to introduce the lexical dialectical power that these knights of the white table, these swashbucklers now wield, because they are the heroes, not an anonymous audience that just celebrates some guy on a rostrum out in the middle of a football field, out in the middle of a pitch. Should I tell this story? I don't know. Land of the Fake, home of the gay. Over here on the premium Rumble. He says 07 NWG. Big O's. Evans, back to you. Okay, so this is kind of funny. Should I tell you the funny? Maybe I'll tell the funny part. I met this. I have to give a little bit of context, but I am going to truncate the story so that we can fit it in here. We got to fit it in. I'm pretty good at that. And with work, I was at a pool, and I saw a woman that was like, wow, okay? And there were others that were seeing her, and she was actually in a workout area on a recumbent bike. And that's eventually where she ended up. And I decided, hey, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go and talk. And I went, and things went well, and ended up going down to Florida, to meet up with her. Florida, Pablo, honey, are you washing your ass, Pablo, honey? Who is this? Well, see, if you can follow all of the twists and turns, man, we'll get you a medal. A female girl. Yes. Actually, like the story I told y'all not long ago in the beginning of the month. Kind of just like that female. And so a real looker. Anyhow, she ended up not being so. She had some problems. But anyhow. And so I went down to meet her in Florida. And we had a time. And anyhow, I went out into the ocean and I swam. And I come back up out of the ocean. And I was looking absolutely magnificent. And the water and the sun and the sparkling and the rippling muscles. And I was looking fantastic. And come up out of the water. And she was like, she said something like, damn, you have no idea how delicious that looks. Something along that line. And I was like, oh, yes, I do. Anyhow, that's not the funny part. That was just the part that reminded me. She decided that she wanted to go for a walk on the beach. And so we decided we were going to take a walk. And we went for a long walk along the beach. And I'm looking around at the people. And I'm like, this is wonderful. We're walking and we're looking around a little bit more. And I'm like, things seem to be changing a little bit here. And we walk a little bit more. And I'm like, things are definitely different here. This beach is very different. And before, where we were walking along the beach, and there were all of these heads that were turning and following the girl that I was with. Now, suddenly there were all of these heads that were following me. And I said, I think we have trod into a part of the beach where maybe we don't necessarily belong. And she looked around and she was like, oh, yes, this is the gay beach, Jason. So we left that beach at that point. Trump slaps on Colombia. A tariff, slaps them with a tariff after they're being naughty. And the sirens are going outside right now. Many sirens. In case you wanted to know, what was her problem? She ended up being an alcoholic. And I'm not the kind of guy that says, I can fix her. She's pretty enough. No, I'm not that kind of guy. I'm like, I'm out of here. Washington. Reuters President Donald Trump said on Sunday he would impose sweeping retaliatory measures on Colombia coffee beans, including tariffs and sanctions, after the South American country turned away 2 U.S. military aircraft with migrants being deported as part of the new U.S. administration immigration crackdown. Trump's swift retaliatory action appeared aimed at making an example of Colombia to, again, isn't this interesting? Kind of goes with the next story about foreign aid. That Mexico first says, no, your military flights can't land. And it's like crickets, shine bomb. But then Colombia says, oh, you can't land either here. And suddenly it's like, oh, we're going to just impoverish the shit out of your country. None of your people can travel here without body cavity searches. Seriously. Let's see. I can't see shit. Which is a benefit, because as you get older, you look better and better in the mirror. All right. To dissuade other countries from defying him on deportation flights, it also showed a renewed willingness to use the might of the United States to force other countries to bend to his will. Trump said the refusal by Colombian President Gustavo Petro to accept the flights jeopardized U.S. national security, and he has directed his administration to take retaliatory measures. They include imposing emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States. That is brutal, but it didn't end there, which will go up to 50% in 1 week. 50%. A travel ban and visa revocations as well on Colombian government officials and its allies. Now, who exactly are they categorizing as Colombian allies? Does anybody know? That sounds like that could be kind of wide-ranging, and that could cause there to be even more clamor, more voices clamoring for Colombia. Just take back your insane asylum members and your criminals and whatever else. Just take them back, because we can't get into the EU. Revoked our passports, and when we do show up, they want body cavity searches now. We're not putting up with it. I kind of like my way better. B-52, Strato Fortress, flying with the cargo planes. And if the cargo planes can't land, the bombs will. Fully imposing, travel ban, visa restriction, Colombian government officials, its allies, fully imposing emergency treasury, banking, and financial sanctions. He said he would also direct enhanced border inspections of Colombian nationals and cargo. So these companies, the coffee beans, they're going to pay through the nose. And don't tell me, don't have some little leftist anti-white shit say, oh no, that's just, you're going to pay. That's how it works. No, that's not how it works, tard. If you take these people and they find a formula that works in one environment, in one context, and they think that it works someplace else because they're a midwit. No, it doesn't work that way. If they want to be able to sell goods, they can't be so much more expensive than their competitors, which means they have to eat the difference. They have to eat it. Not you, the consumer. For the love of God, please stop allowing children to have colossal audiences on the internet. These measures are just the beginning, Trump wrote on Truth Social. We will not allow, I want some more firings on Truth Social or on X like he did back in his first administration. Just let's do that. I particularly loved at the rally in, Las Vegas, where he said about the 88,000 IRS, if they actually hired that many, whatever, that was the goal, remember? And to give them guns. That's what the anti-white Democrats were going to do to you. For these absolute shits to show up at your house with a gun to say, where are your tax dollars? We want more from you. So Trump said, I'm going to find a way to fire them. Or should we just send them to the border? And the crowd roared. And I'm like, send them to the border. Put them out in the desert. Put them out in the desert and let them work there until they quit. I mean, I've operated businesses where you want somebody to leave that could be a problem. Just give them work they don't like. Give them legitimate work they don't like. The Great Fortnall is here. Nexus Moon, cool, Papa J, Magic, Masumeka, Ivan the Horrible. Share the stream. Share the stream. Tell people how awesome it is. You're not going to get a remedy anywhere else. That's what we do. That's what we specialize in. The measures are the beginning, Trump wrote. We will not allow the Colombian government to violate its legal obligation with regard to the acceptance and return of the criminals they forced into the United States. I like them. I like them fighting words right there. Mr. Trump, President Trump. I like them fighting words. Sounds good. I think King Dice, he's saying it right these days. Sounds really good to say President Trump. The U.S. president declared illegal immigration a national emergency and imposed a sweeping crackdown since taking office Monday, directing U.S. military to help with border security. He should have parachuted them in. Petro condemned the practice. Like, who gives a shit What do you think down in Colombia? Who gives an absolute shit? The practice suggesting it treated migrants like criminals. They are criminals. Are you high on your coffee? That's exactly what they broke into our house. They broke into our bedrooms. They broke into our businesses by sneaking in, border jumping, border crossing, intruder. They are a criminal. They are criminal. End of conversation. It's treating them like criminals. Why did you get rid of them if they were so special? Why did you enable them to leave the country? Why, or if the claims are true, why did you allow prisoners and allow patients in insane asylums to leave your country for the United States? If those claims are true, why, if they're so special, why don't you have them over for tea and coffee and crumpets and piñata or whatever the fuck else? Colombia. So Petro is condemning the practice because these wonderful surgeons and astronauts are being treated poorly. In a post on social media platform, Petro said Colombia would welcome home deported migrants on civilian planes, saying they should be treated with dignity and respect. How about in body bags? And we just drop them on your house in World of Warcraft. How about that? In a video game, we load them into body bags. Of course, they're still living, and we drop them on your property with big, colorful, rainbow-colored parachutes because they deserve dignity. That's not how we treat criminals. I mean, maybe that's the problem in Colombia and a number of other Central South American countries, is you are treating the garbage, the malefactors, with dignity. That's not what white people do. Just look at our history. We pull people apart for being reprobate. And I know the modern West is anti-white, but before the anti-whiteism was as bad as it is now, still existed, but in different form and not as bad as it is now, we did things like gut them. We would hang them in public so the entire community could see. This is what happens to scum. You don't treat them with dignity. Quote, the U.S. cannot treat Colombian migrants as criminals, Petro wrote, noting that there were 15,660 Americans without proper immigration status in Colombia. You mean Hispanics? You mean non-white Americans? Mexican also refused the request for the aircraft to land. So there you have it. What would you do? Now, don't Fed post. What would you do to these people? Maybe would you drop some donkeys? They have a thing for donkeys over there. The United States is Colombia's largest trade and investment partner, says the State Department, says Rubio once he climbed his way out of the foam. And Colombia is also the U.S.'s third largest trade partner in Latin America. Well, I guess Petro better figure this out. He says Petro's finding out that tweets have consequences. He's not faced a U.S. counterpart that looks at Colombia through a strategic lens as a key ally, but as a country to make an example of, said Sergio Guzman. I could so not live in a Central or South American country for like 2 days of uproarious laughter. A director of consultancy at Columbia Risk Analysis, who added that financial sanctions could be potentially economically crippling. Well, we hope they will. Here's to hoping that it happens. What are you all having to say? Let me take a look at your comments. We're going to get right into we're going to get right into the freeze on foreign aid as we listen to a little bit of music and see what you have to say. Oh yeah, rock this shit out. Can you still hear me over this? Aliens exist tags me. All illegal immigrants should walk back home unless they can pay for a flight. Trail of Tears, Part 2. Oh, I love that. Yes, yes, yes. My heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to you. I presume you can hear me, because you all would be like, we can't hear the shit you're saying. With the music playing. Trail of Tears, Part 2. Let's get the Trail of Tears, Part 2 going. Yes. Cry. Cry your way back to Colombia. Cass's Trail of Tears 2. I was watching a creator that I just reminded me. Traversing the Lands. A creator that specializes. I saw this clip. Specializes in focusing on the Middle East for some reason. Supposedly cares about the white race, but focuses on the Middle East all day long. And he was saying, this creator, that Syria was going to remain subjugated so that flight from Israel to bomb Iran would fly over Syria. And I was like, wait a second, that doesn't sound right. Have you looked at a map lately? Why would you? You know what? I'm gonna get my whiteboard. I'm gonna draw the map. I'm gonna draw the map while we listen to the music.
Beneath the lies, beneath their schemes, lies a legacy, stolen dreams. Highlight the path, ignite the flame, reclaim the power, reclaim the name. This is my mission, my life's decree, to cure the poisons and let them see.
All right. Kick-ass tune. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Totally badass. We're going to be getting into the foreign aid freeze. And I'm thinking about the comment that was made, the Trail of Tears 2, which is what we want to have happen. Listen. I muted myself. Am I still coming through this mic? I'm throwing electric. Content creator focuses on the Middle East and made this comment that where he said that planes would have to fly over Syria to go bomb Iran. So I finally getting to use my whiteboard. Can you all see this? This is Israel. This is Egypt. This is water. Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Iran. You can fly across Jordan and Iraq to bomb Iran. You don't have to fly up to Syria, then over Iraq to bomb Iran. I didn't get any of this shit on me, did I? I better not have. No. They might have to fly to bomb Iran. I was just like, I don't think so. Artificer is here. Cory is here. Audio is good. Thank you, brother, for chiming in and let me know. Jay Bishop is here. June is here. Dennis is here. Cockatoo is here. Cockatoo and Cass did a Twitter space last night. A good Twitter space. They talked about wide-ranging things. Cass said her lungs are hurting from the laughter. WG, thank you. All right, what else were we saying? Remember to share. Let's do this. Why is it that Israel gets to have its money? Let me also say, Entropy is up and running. But when it started, there was like a little malfunction. And there were people over there watching the stream. But I had to restart the Entropy. So there might be two versions running. I've got the dashboard open so that I can see if anybody financially gifts. Or I will. It closed. Let's see if I can get that to work. Maybe I'll try again in a moment. But the Entropy is up and running. If I drew the map wrong, then call me out on it. But I'm pretty sure that's what it looks like. All right, now let's see. So I won't miss any financial gifts. Even if they don't show up on the Entropy that I have rolling right now. Where you can also financially gift, of course. The Dude Bro Moment platform. U.S. issues broad freeze on foreign aid after Trump orders review. Review of that foreign aid. Who's getting the money and why are they getting it? Hello to everybody showing up in the live chat on X. Good to see you. Please give it a like and a share over there on X. Let's put this up on the window. And we will keep rolling. There it is. Broad freeze on foreign aid. Summary. Well, we'll maybe come back to the summary. Washington. Wait, did I just silence myself again with my electricity? No. U.S. State Department issued a stop work order on Friday for all existing foreign assistance and passed a new aid paused new aid according to a cable seen by Reuters after President Donald Trump ordered a pause to review if aid allocation was aligned with his foreign policy. The cable, drafted by the department's Foreign Assistance Office and approved by Secretary of State Marco, I'm getting out of the phone party, Rubio, said waivers have been issued for military financing for who do you think? Who do you think is going to get one of them waivers? A royal indulgence. Who's going to get the waiver? Israel and Egypt. No other countries were mentioned in the cable. The move risks cutting off billions of dollars of life-saving assistance. The United States is the largest single donor of aid globally. In fiscal year 23, it dispersed $72 billion in assistance. That's a lot of money. Not enough to do the kind of good that we need here at home, but it's a lot of money. Just ours. And it's also money that is, generally speaking, spent well, because it's control. When you pay people, countries, they become dependent. You could even take, and people who are really in power, they would do this, take steps to undermine other forms of income to make these said countries even more dependent. So it's ultimately power. Just hours after taking office on Monday, Trump ordered a 90-day pause in foreign development assistance, pending a review of efficacies and consistency with his foreign policy, but the scope of the order was not immediately known. The State Department cable said, effective immediately, senior officials shall ensure that, to the maximum extent permitted by law, no new obligations shall be made for foreign assistance until Rubio, Bubble Boy, has made a decision. I'm never going to let him live it down. Bubble Boy. He's the new Bubble Boy. What was it back in the 80s? It was the kid with no immune system or whatever it was. Now it's Rubio. I can't wait for the internet to start making Bubble Boy memes. And Artificer, meanwhile, is still 12,000 owed, even though he says he had the GI Bill. You're owed $12,000. Damn. And who wrote? Somebody wrote, I saw it go by, but that Petro has done a 180 all of a sudden. What a surprise. What a surprise. These little, he's probably like 4 feet tall. It's like an Oompa Loompa. The Oompa Loompa people. And they're like, we will not tolerate. We will not. And then get him like a feather headdress or something. We will not tolerate. We will not. What are they going to do? Bring them in. Bring them in. The white man strikes again. You son of a bitches. You absolute son of a bitches. Yizz was or is here. Hello to you. Just checking back really quickly. Do we have anybody else here? Do we have anybody else? Tree Godfather is here. Anonymous is here. Gary is here. Great to see everybody. Anti-White Out is on the YouTubes. Where the hell were we? It says that for existing foreign assistance awards, stop work orders shall be issued immediately. Quote, this is lunacy. A former U.S. aid official who is now president of Refugees International, said, quote, this will kill people. I mean, if implemented as written in that cable, a lot of people will die. I guarantee you that's how he actually talks. There's no way to consider this as a good faith attempt to sincerely review the effectiveness of foreign assistance programs. It's simply a wrecking ball. Okay. Yeah, and it's meant to wreck your world. So, gravy train, God, wouldn't it be nice to be able to say the gravy train is over for good? Anti-whiteism has been recognized, and now you can just yourself off. Wouldn't that be nice to say? Well, we're working that direction. We're actually the people working that direction. Trump's order is unlawful, argued a source familiar with discussions in Congress on the move. They're also saying, these generals that he also fired, that they're saying, oh, that's illegal too. He can't do that either. So what's going to happen? There's going to be a real stalemate. There's going to be a real battle. Who in the Republican Party has to be outed and ousted? Freezing the international investments will lead our international partners to seek other funding, likely U.S. competitors and adversaries, to fill this hole and displace the United States' influence the longer this unlawful impoundment continues. And that's the technical name for it, is the impoundment of the funds. The source said, on condition of anonymity. Wouldn't it be nice if he actually needed anonymity? Because we'll come and get him. What a joke. U.S. aid official who requested anonymity said officers responsible for projects in Ukraine have been told to stop all work. Yes. End the brothers' war. End it. And the fastest way to end it is stop paying, stop funding, stop financing, stop bolstering, stop supplying with equipment and information, everything, and the war would be over in a day. That's all that's keeping Ukraine going. There's no economy left. But these bastards are going to fight to the very last white guy. Absolutely disgusting. Across the board, decisions whether to continue, modify, or terminate programs will be made by Rubio following now, actually, a review of 85 days. There's actually no threat to countries that receive foreign aid from the United States deciding, oh, well, we'll just take it from China from now and F the United States. That's preposterous. That's taking an understanding, I mean, it would work for a mid-wit vegetable of like dealing with your neighbor or something, and then trying to apply that to geopolitics. It's absolutely, the United States can make you hurt forever. It can make you and your country hurt forever. So as the leaders of a country, you're going to be considering that. Plus, the review doesn't mean that the monies for that time span are going to just evaporate. So the monies that these countries receive in foreign aid, they're still going to get once it's been reviewed and or adjusted. And then they again decide, Rubio, Bubble Boy comes out and says, okay, yeah, they will have these many dollars and moving forward. You still get the money that you weren't receiving. So this is just scare tactics by anti-whites, probably with little D's between their legs. Rubio has issued a waiver for emergency food assistance, according to the cable. This comes amid a surge of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip after a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. Militant Hamas began Sunday, and several other hunger crises around the world, including Sudan. Feed yourselves. We should not, if these people are pets to us, we should be able to treat them or like barnyard animals. If it is our toil and the superfluity of the white man's work, ingenuity, creativity, industriousness, if that is enabling them to eat and live, then we should be able to do with them whatever we want. We should be able to, no dignity for you. You're a fucking cow. You die if we don't continue to feed and water you. So you don't get a vote. You don't get a say. This ship of state has to be righted. Organizations that have to stop all activities and life-saving healthcare, HIV, AIDS, nutrition, mental and child. You know, those medications are extremely expensive. Why are we paying for blacks in Africa to live a normal lifespan at an exorbitant rate? Why are we paying for that? In countries where there is still said to be, check it out for yourself because maybe I'm wrong, the belief that if you have sex with a virgin, and you know, the younger you can find them, the more likely they are to be virgins, that you defeat AIDS. So they're spreading it like wildfire, and we are forced to pay for them to have a full and beautiful life. You. They're not going to be able to get their extremely expensive AIDS medication now, and leprosy medication, and whatever else they're sending over there. Oh, well. Oh, well. Maybe tell them, maybe spread a new rumor. You enough donkeys and it's gone. Just get out there into the weeds. No. You've enough lions and it's gone. So just get out there into the hinterland. Find yourself a lion, pride. Give them some pamphlets. No words because they can't read. With some pictures about how you sneak up on the lion pride, how you entice them, how you want to do this. Have you seen these videos on the internet where these like really gross looking people, and they're usually really fat as well, and they're listening to this outrageous tips of how to flirt with someone? It's like, squint your eyes. give your what is it, like your curious look, and they're like, just give that. Sneak up nice and slow, do that to the lion pride, and then they'll throw their tail up. And if they don't, well, try again. Just fine. Now, don't sick them on to passive friendly animals like goats, sheep, donkeys, dogs. No. Something that really can cure AIDS and leprosy and conjunctivitis and the common cold and whatever. And let them just get up on it. Get up on it. I actually saw a hilarious, like a month ago, 2 months ago, video of a lion in a zoo somewhere. And he's got one of his females, like lying down in front of him. And then another lioness walks by. And I shit you not, he was just like a human. He was like, some bitch. He watched her walk. And then she was just like a human female. She bent right over and stuck her ass up in the air. I shit you not. So what's going on here? Of course, we're being fleeced as always. Why isn't Israel? When did Israel start getting its money from the United States? Well, pretty much from the beginning, before it was even Israel. And aid in various types. But foreign aid, cash monies, the big payments, well, it and Egypt, they began getting money the same time. And I think it was Carter in the Camp David Treaty, where Israel and its neighbors had all been at war again and again and again. And the United States pulling Israel's flabby Jewish titty out of the ringer. And so finally, Carter comes in there and he says, well, we'll put an end to this. We'll just start giving you all in Israel shit tons of money every single year. And we will pay off Egypt. And Egypt was really the primary concern. The other countries weren't as big of a concern. Egypt had a population, fighters. And so the United States said, well, we'll just give you our taxpayers inheritance dollars, will give you dollars from generations of white people to come, will pay that to you to pay you off to not fight Israel, to have a peace treaty with Israel. So you all have probably heard this. I know I started learning about this stuff, and I thought it was, like everybody, was super important 30 years ago, and then discovered that it's not really important. It doesn't stop the victimization of our people, but it's just a little piece of info to understand what's going on there. And over the years, Israel, and you probably learned as well, that it's just not those dollars. You probably learned things like not included in that sum are all of these other set-asides, military equipment, technology, etc., that goes to Israel. And you probably also learned that Israel is the only country, and please check all this out for yourself. The ear is against the door. So this is the way it is. I've learned, true or not, Israel's the only country that receives their money from us at the beginning of the year so that they can take a chunk of it and then invest it and earn interest in our banks and get even more money out of it that way. Everybody else has to wait. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. Check it out for yourself. Over the years, Israel has come and gone as the number one recipient of foreign aid from the United States. In other words, your industriousness, your ingenuity, your hard work going overseas. And you've probably heard the numbers about how many each Israeli family, if they were to break it down by the population, how many they get, and all of that unnecessary shit, right? You probably learned it all. I know I had to, browbeaten with it endlessly. And then, so it was always like Israel would come and go as number one, and always right behind Israel was Egypt in foreign aid. But you got lots of countries across the globe getting a lot of money, and they're all right close there. It's not like a gigantic difference. And then I think it was in the 80s or 90s that the United States started a massive chunk of foreign aid to Jordan, which was weird. You remember the princess who married, she became the queen, sorry, and she was actually from Clifton, Virginia. And she became the queen in Jordan. And it was like Jordan was appeased, but they started paying them more than Egypt. So Jordan, so it's like the top three, although every now and again displaced. Like, I don't know, like 10 years ago, Afghanistan, I think it was, or 15, was the number one recipient of foreign aid. And then you had... it went back to Israel being number one, and then immediately Ukraine, by far, far, far and away, the largest recipient for the last 4 years. But then Israel, Jordan, and then Egypt. And then you got a bunch of the others falling in under that. And some of the ones they are naming here. But what's relevant for us is that Ukraine is a function of and the work of anti-white oligarchs and their contest with the anti-white oligarchs in Russia. Nothing we can do about that. We can just look at it, we can observe it, we can use it as a catalyst to introduce the concepts that we teach. But nothing we can do about that. The consistent group is Israel. We can do something about that. We can emulate what all of the other groups appear to be able to do on planet Earth, except for the white race. And that is for a percentage of our members to conclude that they will achieve their well-being, individual well-being, by way of our group well-being. When a large enough and successful enough percentage of our people do that, and it's very easily taught through the methods that we teach in the Go Free Dialogic, then we begin to wield power analogous to and I submit to you, far superior to the group that the Israelis depend on at work in the United States and in Europe, etc. Far more powerful. There are far more centimillionaires and billionaires in the white race. There's far more collective wealth in the white race. We would need even a smaller fraction than, say, Jewish people need of their people to adopt the concepts that we wield here. And then without me or you or Fernol or Brand Danger or Biospirit of the West or Yizz, anybody ordering them, telling them this is what you do, you got to do it. It happens simultaneously as it does for them, as it does for all of the other groups, using the same exact approach to individual well-being. That's the only formula that was ever going to recapture our destiny. And so that's where we are, friends. That's why Israel receives the amount of foreign aid that it receives, and Egypt in particular, and whatever degree Jordan. It's so weird. Why? Does somebody know why Jordan gets so much money? It's not the same as Egypt, because they were already like allies before. They were already willing to play ball before. So maybe some of it is paying off. And so they will be friendly with Israel. But whatever. You want to complain about that? Or do you want to emulate and end our victimization? That's up to you. We choose the path of ending our victimization. And to that subject matter, I want to bring up this meme pathogens, this anti-white concepts that we're going to be browbeaten with over the next 4 years, maybe longer. We hope blowjob Vance doesn't run after Trump is done. But if he does, and potentially he wins, it would be longer that we would be subject to this best and brightest for colorblind meritocracy. Let me read to you from my tweet, and I'm going to enlist you all to share your thoughts on how to respond to this. But this is what I wrote. I said, my white conservative friends out there, best and brightest for a colorblind meritocracy, combined with a country that is a set of opinions that anyone can adopt, means that your white ass is history. Fact. Let me explain. Do you realize that there are billions of people in India, East Asia, and the Middle East? Given that population size, and this is, of course, I've explained this several times on these Going Free gatherings, Church of the West on Sundays. I've explained several times to you all, and so you'll know it when I say it, but it's what you have to stick in your head for these conversations. Given that population size, there are going to be far more people with above average IQ than there are in the much smaller white race. And by the way, I am by far the first person to ever make this argument. But it doesn't matter. Others will copy and pick it up, and then they'll be praised by their colossal audiences for creating it. Sure, buddy. Even if their average IQ, I write on, in India, for example, is lower than ours, they will still produce more above average individuals as a result of the colossal population. They can take your job and business away, but they can't create the West. because culture is an instinctual expression, which is why white people never produced Arabic culture, for example. This is one of the things that I had a lot of, that particular finding of mine that I ran into endless headwind against in the explicit white sympathetic sphere, because they all wanted to say, even back to Sam Francis, before Sam Francis, they all wanted to say that the culture and the way the country looks, therefore, is a consequence of IQ. And I came along and said, bravo, Sierra. It's a consequence of instinct, of the animal's instinct, not of IQ. And I made my arguments all the way back then when I said, you know, white people don't become Asian when they have a higher IQ. So we're told that some Asian communities have an average IQ of 105 or whatever it is. Well, white people who have that don't become Asian. They don't suddenly produce Asian culture. They never wanted to listen. And a guy right now growing fast on X, newly returned to X, in particular, had the conversation with him numerous times over the years. It's not IQ. It's instinct. Absolutely refusing that. Refusing to hear that argument. Well, I'm fucking right. I finish with this. So you will lose your job and everything that goes with your job to these people. And then they will produce a culture and a country you'd never want to live in. Reject the mean pathogenic concepts, best and brightest, and colorblind meritocracy. Reject them. So one pithy way that comes to mind is to call the colorblind meritocracy, to reframe it as anti-white meritocracy. I said in another tweet I don't have here now, if you have a country that allows anyone on planet Earth to hold the opinion or the collection of opinions that are the in line with the opinion nation, America, if America is an opinion nation, and that's what all of these cucks are selling to the population, selling to the white race, and they love it. They're eating it up because they don't want to stand up for white people if they don't have to, because that's immoral to do in the West because of the social morality, which is the anti-white immoral imperative. They'd much rather take on in the abstraction of colorblind meritocracy, best and brightest. But when and the idea that America is not white people. America does not belong, just to be clear, America does not belong to white people. It is white people. It is us. There is no America without white people producing it, projecting it into the world every second of our existence. You can muddy it, and you can continue to roil it and make it completely turbid. And as you do, it becomes less and less America. So America is white people. It is the white people who are in America. It is the white people who come from anywhere in the world and adopt the trappings of our expression of the West here in America. The same as it is if you go to Canada, or the same as it is if you go to Italy. We are America. So they love this idea, this lie, this abject, meme, pathogenic lie that America is an opinion nation. Well, if you have a country that is an opinion nation, that means that everyone on earth is an American, because they are all an opinion away from being an American. And that's what Vivek Ramaswamy, that's what Elon Musk, that's what so many of these people are arguing. So many of the content creators out there are arguing that it's an opinion nation. So putting troops on the border is just performative at that point. What good does it do? If you allow people to come into this nation legally, and everyone on the planet can decide that they are an American, they're going to hold those opinions, we are finished. Do you understand this, conservatives? Do you understand? You have a mentality that a meme pathogen that comes from the past, handed down from your great-grandpappy to your grandfather, to your father, to you, that says best man should get the job. And that fits right perfectly into this best and brightest meme pathogen. But best man gets the job is only legitimate. It's only a virtue. All virtues are only virtues in certain contexts. Virtues are not universal because once they leave the context in which they're virtuous, they can be your bane. They can be your poison. And they have been turned into your bane and poison, if you haven't noticed. So if you're of the mentality, like so many good white Americans are, that race shouldn't matter, best man should get the job, and you're just going to work hard, and you're going to work harder, you're going to pay more of your dues, and by God, that's the American way, and you're going to be able to, and you have so many of these boomers, and I know we got a lot of good boomer people in this community, but you know it's true. So many of these boomer types on their little boomer sickles out there, and they're of the just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Same mentality. If you're the best man for the job, you get the job. Guess what happens when you have to compete with planet King Earth? You're not getting the job. And everything that goes with the job. Power in your life, power in your own life, power in your community, the ability to make decisions on what's going to happen at your school, in your county, in your city, for the business because you don't own it. If someone in India eats a ham sandwich and their genetics, because they're on the right side of the bell curve in India, creates a 110 IQ out of that ham sandwich. It doesn't matter how hard your mid-wit 100 IQ ass works on your grades, on your job, on whatever. If that Indian is allowed to come in, he has your job and he'll do it better than you. He won't be able to make America. He won't be able to make Western civilization. He won't be able to do that better than you. That's instinct. But when it comes to just running the books and memorizing the laws and the tax code and all of that, if he's 110 and you're 100, he'll do it better than you. America is not a fucking quickie mart where the highest IQ on planet Earth can be recruited by the billionaires to run it, to make those billionaires even wealthier. America is our fucking home. It is the white race. People like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and even Donald Trump and the rest of these cuck content creators need to be reminded of that. It's not a fucking mall. America in the West is not a mall for everybody to come in and the best and brightest in a colorblind meritocracy will get the best jobs. No. It is the white race. It is our home. It is our hearth. It is our children. It is our inheritance. And much as it is ours to pass on to our offspring and the generations yet to come. It is not a fucking mall for the conservative content, Jack Posobiec types. It is not a fucking mall for them. Best man gets the job. Fuck you. I mean, this is what the anti-white, white wealthy did to us all along over the years, even when there were no non-whites in our countries. You can look to our once great South Africa and every Western country, and you can see the wealthy, because there wasn't a white positive morality that said anything anti-white is immoral. Harming the white workers is immoral. So the wealthy guy wouldn't be able to harm them. No, that sentiment wasn't there. best man gets the job was the sentiment that was there. Wealth in and of itself is good and a boon, and it tells you how much a person is valuable, not by the dollars and cents, but some sort of intrinsically they're more valuable if they have more dollars and cents. That was the wrong mentality of the West. So what did they do? Well, they went out and they got black workers. They fired all the white guys. The white guys need standards. The white guys have, for working, the white guys have built up a demand, a collective demand for a certain standard of living to do this job. So the owners just said, nah, I'm just going to reach outside my tribe because I don't have a tribe to be loyal to, because we're just selfish individualists. That's our strength, that we're a bunch of selfish individualists. So I'm just going to go out and I'm going to increase the perception of my intrinsic value, and there'll be no government to stop me because there's no white positive morality that says that's immoral. Hell, if I can make them Christian, that's the morality that's been practiced, then they're one of us. Neither Greek nor Jew. We're all just God's children. So they reached right out and they brought him in. This is no different. They've taught you in America and across the West. They've taken something that when we are alone is a great benefit to us. It's salubrious. We don't want people getting jobs because they're having sex with the boss, or they are whatever it is, patting your back, patting the other guy's back. We want the best man to get the job. That's a universal that we applied within the body of our people. That was a boon. But now, anti-whites and anti-whiteism have turned it into a poison. It is noxious. Best and brightest, colorblind meritocracy. The world is welcome to come in to the opinion nation. Everyone is an American. They're just an opinion away. These cucks out there too, that would say, I've seen a couple people say, well, I'm all for best and brightest, but I want to end the immigration. That ain't going to happen. You ain't going to end no immigration. You're not going to be able to end immigration without a white positive morality supplanting the anti-white immoral imperative that is functioning as our societal morality. Why is that? Because as long as you have the anti-white immoral imperative functioning as the social morality of America, of the West, concepts like colorblind meritocracy and open borders to the whatever argument that they can sentimentalize, intellectualize, moralize the needy or the people we need because of X, Y, or Z will continue. So you're not going to be able to stop immigration, L1, the HB visas. You're not going to be able to stop them and others from bringing in infinite people unless you supplant that anti-white immoral imperative. You're not going to be able to keep one leg in cuck world and try to have one leg over here where, I'll kind of think about white people some. I still want the best and the brightest of everybody available, every American available. When American means global population. God, you people have been so outwitted by anti-whites, by devious, brilliant anti-whites. And here you have something that works. You can adopt this or you can go to hell. You can go free or you can go to hell. Nothing mysterious. I'm tired of the slanders, the calumny. I'm tired of the canards. I'm tired of this. Boy, it's so esoteric and weird. And I've made this simple enough for a fucking tard like you to understand. There is nothing esoteric or complicated. I specifically said tards like you are going to have to be able to do this. For us to end our victimization. Enough of that. If you all tag me with No White Guilt, if you have any views that you want to share, we're going to be bringing on the White Baron here in a moment. Baron White. But before we do, for a swash through, we're going to talk about Denmark and what's going to happen there. Why don't we do this as we transition to a conversation about Denmark? Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. I want to hear what you have to say, damn it. Stumbling says, Tords, rise up. He's got weird words. He's got weird words. Weird words. Anglo-Saxon NWG is right.
We ain't gonna stay. Rules in the corners, lies in the seams, but the rhythm keeps pounding, waking up our dreams. Break the frame, don't play their game. Step outside, it'll never
Denmark in crisis mode after Trump continues push for Greenland acquisition.
Outside the frame, groove rolls heavy like a freight train call. The truth gets loud, shaking the walls. They painted the sky to keep us in line, but we're cutting through to a sun that shines.
Atlantis says yesterday his X account was suspended out of the blue as an inauthentic account. He said he appealed, not sure if that's going to make any difference. And there's another part to that coming up. Philip is with us. Dennis is here. First Last is in the house. CKO is here. Good to see you. In my last X post, I called out Richard Spencer for being a soulless, unsophisticated dumbass. Probably unrelated, he said. Well, I don't know. Spencer is doing what the anti-white want done. Remember when he was interviewed by Adam Green did a great job saying, would you say you played the villain in the anti-white narrative? And Richard said that he absolutely did, and he did it perfectly. He knew exactly what he was doing the whole time. So it might be that you went after one of their precious. CKO says the similar idea that not your ethnicity, but your values define if you're British or not is being published here. Exactly. It's the anti-whiteism is the same the West over. Very well said. Values all our English ancestors would have rejected. Yeah, of course. We are specifically a people. Those values, those norms are ours. They are a product of genetic biospiritual instinct. That's what they are. Other people can imitate those, but they can't reproduce. You can imitate. You could teach a poodle to be violent as all hell, like a Rottweiler, but that's not natural for the poodle. Spencer made a moot point about America at the expense of an Anglican performance by a Dutch young lady in the Netherlands. He's just, all that he does, SN is here, good to see you. All that he does is novel takes, jog in place, pedal without a chain, and he somehow, for some reason, feels good about himself to have a few hundred losers, largely around the world, listening to what he has to say. He's a trust fund baby, that's how he pleasures himself. Why am I here? I'm here to improve all of you so that, and by way of you, as many of our race as possible with these concepts and dialectics so that we can end our victimization for all of our people, in particular, our children. There's no way I would find value in myself by getting a few hundred people to show up or even thousands to hear what I have to say. But that's what he does. That's why the novel, it's always a new novel take. It's not a remedy to anything. You can play that for him too. Anonymous saying, nice beat. Yes, indeed. All right. Let's see about Denmark really quickly. And then we shall get ready to bring on the White, the Baron. How does that sound? Looks like he's getting set up now for the swash through, so it's very exciting. And looks like I don't know if he knows or not, but his camera is on. If he's all right with that, or if he wants to do an avatar, he should know. It's fine with me. But I just wanted to let him know he's getting set up right now, the champion. Denmark in crisis mode after Trump continues push for Greenland acquisition. Can you believe this? Trump is not messing around. Who is this? Who is this woman? Is that the leader? Please say no. So tired of this. Another female? I saw a picture of the female president or whatever it is. What country was it? One of the Eastern European countries, I think. And I was like, she's in a bathing suit. And she's got like these jugs. And I'm like, are you serious? That doesn't inspire faith and sacrifice. And I mean, it inspires it inspires thoughts of pushing them puppies together. Give me a break. The Danish government reportedly descended into crisis mode following a call between President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Frederiksen. Is that her? During which the U.S. leader is said to have forcefully reiterated America's desire to acquire. He's got a desire to acquire. Does anybody know? A report. So I love this. They descended into crisis mode. Oh, that's so funny. They're all like, shit. I mean, could you see them? Wonderful country. I'd love to visit it one of these days. And from, 2 decades ago, when I was imbibing 2.5 decades, all this information about IQ scores and crime and everything. And I believe I recall that they had the highest average white IQ. Is that still true in the findings of the tests globally? But I believe that's what it was. They had the highest average IQ. It might have been like 104 or 10 something, So smart people. But, little country, no power, and they're just living along, part of the EU, and then they hear Trump over here, and Trump's like, I think we're going to take Greenland. I think we're going to take it. And they're like, he doesn't mean it. It's like a cottage. That's how I see it in my head. It's like a cottage. It's like some family's home. And then all of a sudden, phone rings, and the mom gets on the phone. And she's like, you're serious? And now they're like, shit. The Americans are coming. Clean up. What are we going to do? They're going to take Greenland away. A report from the Financial Times said the House descended into crisis mode. Immediately, the mother, Friedrichsen, here, she's like, ooh, she's over on the fainting settee. Ooh, it's over. And then you'll see a little bit later, if it's in this article, the father of the House, the leader of their right-wing party, is like, well, tell Trump to fuck himself. Uh-huh. And he's like 70 pounds when wet. Okay, several unnamed European officials with knowledge of the call said President Trump spoke with Prime Minister Friedrichsen for about 45 minutes last week. The officials said that Europe had assumed that Mr. Trump demands that Denmark offer to sell Greenland to the U.S. were merely an opening salvo. They didn't say that. I said that. But negotiating tactic to push for more European NATO spending. How wrong they were. However, following the call between Trump and Friedrichsen, it became clear that the new administration in Washington is set on acquiring the self-governing island. It's almost like Friedrichsen and the rest of the fam in the House in Denmark, like Greenland is their daughter. He's coming to buy her, Bill. He means it. Well, if I can, all 70 pounds of me can do anything, I'm going to tell him to fuck himself. The intent was very clear. They want it. They want her. The Danes are now in crisis mode, one official said of the call, while another said, the Danes are utterly freaked out by this. Now it is a sitcom called The Danes. And they're like running around the inside of their house like their hair is on fire. The Americans are coming. It was a very tough conversation. He threatened specific measures against Denmark, such as targeted tariffs, a former Danish official said. I can already hear like the goofy music. It's the Danes at the opening and close of the show. Before his inauguration, Trump threatened to impose tariffs on Denmark and, in response to a question from a journalist, said that he would not rule out military action to seize the island. Oh, he's definitely coming for your daughter. I'm here for your daughter, Chuck. What was the guy's name? That was from Beetlejuice, wasn't it? Was his name Chuck? What was his name? I'm here for your daughter, Chuck. Before his inauguration, okay, we got that. Oh, no. Trump threatened to impose tariffs on Denmark. Yeah, we got it. And he would use military to seize, yes, which he claimed is vital to U.S. national security interests given its strategic location, as well as its mineral deposits across the Arctic. The issue has sparked backlash throughout Europe, with French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot saying earlier this month that Paris considers Greenland a territory of the European Union. Hands off her dainty little thighs. And that France considers it to be out of the question. The European Union could let other nations of the world, whoever they may be, attack its sovereign borders, says France, as they allow non-white anti-whites to pour into the country. Paris isn't Paris anymore. Lyon is not Lyon. It's none of it. It's all ruined. But France won't allow it. Give me a fucking break. The anti-whites in France are bent they couldn't be bent anymore. They are kissing their own ankles while standing for the anti-white, non-white terrorist invaders. But suddenly they're going to get a backbone when Donald Trump shows up. You better get real, France. You better get real. Because somebody done pulled your French titty out of the ringer in 2 world wars. Count them. France is not going to allow it. Fucking kidding me. France has one sentence for the world. 2 words. We surrender. Anders, is this with a W sound or a V sound? Can somebody help me out? Wisterson, a member of the European Parliament for the right-wing populist Danish People's Party, went further, saying this week, "Dear President Trump, listen very carefully." This is the 70-pound guy. "Greenland has been part of the Danish kingdom for 800 years, and we've done shit with it. It is an integrated part of our country. It's not for sale. Let me put it in words you might understand. Fuck off," close quote. Literally, that's what the 70-pound leader of the right-wing party said. Winston. Well, Greenland Prime Minister and totally useless non-entity Mut Egge has stressed that his self-governing territory of around 57,000 residents wants independence from the Kingdom of Denmark and does not want to be incorporated into America. Greenland's interested in expanding cooperation with the United States. He suggested that this could include increased defense partnerships with in the Arctic with the American companies to access the island's mineral wealth. White House National Security spokesman said President Trump has been clear that the safety and security of Greenland is important to the United States as China and Russia make significant investments throughout the Arctic region, which might be why Trump has been joking around with Canada as the 51st state as well. If it gets dangerous enough for the United States, they will do whatever they want. Just know that. They'll do whatever they want. They're not going to say, "Oh, well, we respect your..." And if I were in charge of the United States, I would do whatever I had to do. So I would say, you can fight with us or you can be pushed aside. Either way, we will take whatever step is necessary to secure the safety and continuation of the country. So just get right in the head with that. The president is committed to not only protecting U.S. interests in the Arctic, but also working with Greenland to ensure mutual prosperity for both nations. So I think that last line kind of tells you where we're really going, where Trump is really going with this. You might legitimately see, as we're getting ready for our epic swash through, you might legitimately see Trump endorsing a secessionist movement for Greenland. Kind of the exact same way, and it would be weird because it's the exact same thing that the United States did with Panama. So you might see the United States, which enabled the United States, created the country, and enabled the United States to cut the canal. You might see the exact same thing happen in Greenland, where they move in there and they say to the Danes as they're running around freaked out in their house, Greenland is now an independent country, and they are contracting with the United States so that the United States can do whatever we have to do to protect the United States against Russian and Chinese threats in the Arctic. Because remember, it's a far shorter trip to get over here, to go that direction, than it is to go around. And Lord knows, Canada, with as anti-white as it's become, I mean, Canada, generations back, would have been able to put up a really bitchin' fight against Russia, China coming up over. But with the anti-whiteism the way it is now, oh my God. Oh my God. Like the real white men in Canada, they're not in the military anymore. They're going to be some, but they're not going to expose themselves to all of the gender confusion and everything else that goes along with it. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. You will witness one of our greatest champions for Swashu. He's showing up right now. He's from down under. He is the White Baron. Brother, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me well?
I can. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Trying to put you up on the screen there.
Cool.
It is great to have you on for a Swash Through. What is going on? What's on your mind?
Okay, well, there's a few things, but recently in Australia, if everyone may or may not be aware, we recently yesterday had Australia Day. So that's the day of celebration when Western civilization was delivered here, when the first fleet came here, the British, to establish the first colony, and therefore developed into Australia because Australia came from us. So that happened yesterday, but this day, since specifically that is what it's about, it's specifically our only day of celebration that celebrates us and our heritage, our identity, all that, because what I've learned too is it's not just a day that's under attack, it's our history, it's our identity. Like this day symbolizes so much more than just, oh, we just celebrate the country Australia. No, it's more that they want to wipe a race from it. There's more injury behind that. So that's something that I've thought about and learned more about, just like how they attack our names and all that as well. It's just not just a name that they're erasing the history that comes behind it, their identity, our identity with it, etc. But anyway, so the anti-whites, they attack this day relentlessly. And inside the anti-white narrative, they call it Invasion Day, right? So that's how they do it from the anti-white narrative, where they paint it out to be, no, this was a day of genocide and grief for the existing populations here who were here peacefully, and they didn't war against each other, just like everyone for history, for the whole of humanity history, like which everyone's been doing. But that's how they paint it to be. But anyway, so I took this as an opportunity to spread the lexicon and dialectics of Go Free, because essentially our mission, our goal, guys, is what I've learned too over the past couple of days as well is ideally, of course, we want everyone to be white positive, and to be just like us, right? But in reality, it's up to that person to, if they want to go that far. So the real goal is to establish our morality, and for those people to accept it and reject the anti-white narrative's morality, the immorality of it. That's the goal behind it. So that's the goal behind these conversations that I had, because that's the thing. Yeah. But I'll get into the first one. So, and then we can talk a little bit about it, because with both of them, there's a lot of takeaways that you can take away from it. Specifically, how you respond to these anti-whites, where the power we actually have in the conversation is. So much I've drawn from it. But anyway, so the first one that happened was the day before Australia Day. So I was at work and I was with a colleague and we were doing container unloading, right? It's just me and him. And how I thought myself, on how I could start the conversation was, I was just like, oh, hey, what are you doing for Australia Day? Because typically, what I've learned as well is you don't want to force these conversations, because they're hot topics, unfortunately. So when I give them that opening, it's giving them an opportunity to take the conversation, whether they want to have that conversation or not. So with this one, when I said first, oh, what are you doing on Australia Day? They responded with nothing, because it's Invasion Day. So boom, I'm like, okay, all right, I know what conversation we're going to be having now. Cool, because that's if it's a vague that I'm dealing with, then they probably might just say, oh, I'm just doing this or whatnot. But anyway, so I was like, oh, so you mean Deliverance Day, when Western civilization was first brought to the continent by way of our ancestors? And then, and then the conversation, because
Sweet.
I'm giving you a summary of the conversation because it went on for a little bit.
Right.
But so it continued, and he kept bringing up, because he was saying, but we stole the land, X, Y, and Z. And I was saying, well, my understanding of the day was before we came here, there were tribes who were warring against other tribes for land, just like everyone has been doing for the totality of human history. Everyone's partaken in it. And then one day we came over here, just like as another tribe, also seeking to do the same things. And we allied with some of the tribes that were existing here. We conquered some of the others and we won. But from my reading of history as well, we were the most humane to the existing population who were here before us, compared to all other peoples who have conquered other peoples, because we've allowed them to vote in our civilization, to get jobs in our civilization, and even give them all these government incentives to help them succeed in our civilizations as well, at the expense of us. So how nice is that? But no thank you there.
Right.
Anyway, he kept going on the angle of like, because I was saying, it's anti-white, how it's attacked in this way, and that's just an anti-white interpretation of history. Because something I also like to drum up too is when the anti-whites are, bringing up history, right, quote unquote history. I like to use this MC that I've created, which is like, well, history is built upon interpretation, and that interpretation is anti-white. Just boom. Boom. Because the reason why it's interpretation is because I like to say too, like, you and I weren't there. So we have no idea what happened. And how we supposedly find out what happened is it's all based on other people's interpretations, on what people wrote back then, and then how people perceived those writings back then. You know what I mean? So it's interpretation. But anyway, he kept circling back with like, oh, well, I'm not Aboriginal, so I can't have a say on this because he's a white. Oh yeah, I'll give you context too. He's a Macedonian, so he's white, but he grown up here all his life in Australia.
Gotcha.
So that's kind of what he was going at. So I kind of pointed out that so not only non-whites' opinions matter on this topic. So because that's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, the victory behind this conversation was eventually, because what I found really powerful, where we have the most power in these conversations, is when we're talking about today and our victimization. Because as I learned from this conversation and the next conversation I'm going to be talking about, there's a trap. And the trap is getting stuck in the weeds of the past. Because essentially, if we argue inside the anti-white narrative and we go, but that didn't happen exactly how they said it, and you know what I mean? It's instead of the conversation being on our victimization today and how we are attacked and victimized and everything that we hold value and dear to us is being white erased from us. Instead of us having that conversation, it gets deviated, and then it gets the conversation then turns into a matter of them talking about the past and whether something happened or not, which as far as I'm aware, they're all hypotheticals.
Yes.
All because they get to decide what happened. That's the biggest thing about it.
Yes.
And whether it's on what happened in the past or even when they say, my non-white friend was harmed. Because you know what I mean? Who gets to determine the context on what happened then? They do. They get to say, well, like, for example, he bring up like, well, non-whites get pulled over so much. Like, my non-white friend, this is what happened to him, right? So the trap there is to go, well, he probably deserved it. And then he could probably say, well, the police officer hit him in the back and everything. Now you look immoral because now he gets to determine what happened. because it's a hypothetical. So
Exactly.
the trap is getting stuck in those conversations. Instead, this is the biggest thing that I found very powerful the whole time. What I kept doing when he tried to deviate the conversation into what happened in the past or what his friend suffered with or whatever, I kept circling it back to the one thing that we have the power in, which is the present. The fact that, well, that doesn't justify us victimizing our whole, like blaming a whole group of people for the actions of individuals, whether it happened or not. Because, you know, I don't know and you don't know. And because that's the power there. Because, okay, sure, his friend got harmed, yeah, but that doesn't justify victimizing all white people for the actions of this individual. That doesn't justify holding negativity and stigmatizing all of us for the actions of this individual, because that's the reality of it. That is the immorality of it. Because how I also make the point very clear to them is I go, well, you would see it as immoral if, say, a black person, black thug mugged you. You would see it as immoral for that person to go and say, well, all black people are like that. So why do you think that's appropriate to do the same thing to white people? That's anti-white. You know what I mean?
Precisely.
Yeah.
I love it.
So that's the biggest takeaway. But anyway, the victory behind this was eventually, after this conversation kept going, was eventually I got him to say, well, yes, it's anti-white, but I just want to stay out of it. So the victory there is I'm the
Yes,
morality. That's what I mean.
Total victory. See, I got to pause you real quick because this is, folks, this is the battlefield of the real. That those conversations, the conversation that the great White Baron had here with this guy, that is where our destiny is either recaptured or we go into oblivion. Every one of these, every conversation that you have, and he just mightily won this. The guy said, yes, anti-white, don't have anything to do with it, not going to be a part of it. Absolute 100% massive nuclear level victory over anti-whiteism. These are the battle. You read about the battles from our armies from the past and the side that you favored or the side that you grew up in or whatever it might be. You hear about them going out into the battlefield and they're shooting or they're fighting hand to hand or whatever it is. Those were the battles then. These are the battles now. And it's been this way for a really long time. Actual military conflict is beyond the population. It has been beyond the population's ability to engage in since before you were born, even no matter how old you are. So it's gone. But we were defeated in the new battlefield, which was new a long time ago. Technically, we could say that this new battlefield is also old. It's just that our people aren't recognizing it. And here you have this champion. This guy does a great job. Every week he has a meeting. The great Lunder shows up and the great Porridge, and they get together. They're talking about how to engage other people in the real world, in the battlefield of the real. And I don't just mean in face-to-face, but online as well. As I showed you two shows back, with that woman who was clearly 3 shows back, who's clearly very anti-white. Those conversations you win, as we lost them in the past, and every victory on the battlefield, you can consider whatever it is. You can Flanders if your side won, D-Day if your side won. It is that level of victory in service to white well-being. Every single conversation. That is how important you are, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see this guy right here. He's decided he's a young man. He's a magnificent man of the West. He's decided he's going to be a hero in our story rather than, some observer of the anti-white narrative and being apathetic and doing nothing. But please, brother, continue.
Yes. Well, that's essentially it because, well, not essentially everything, but to go on with that point that Jason just made as well is something that I've learned too is like recently I haven't had as much time to partake in online activism as I used to, because I'm a young man with inspiring aspirations, and you got to tend to things in your life, because something that you got to remember too, folks, is white well-being starts with your well-being. If your life, because that's the whole point of Go Free.
Exactly.
The whole point is to improve your life. It's self-improvement. So if your life isn't in check, how the hell are you going to help other people's lives get in check?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You need to have a healthy base, but you still need to partake in some way. And what I've learned is the simplest thing that you can do in your life, where if you don't have as much time to be online and threads, because it gets pretty negative and draining sometimes, is if you can just commit to winning those battlefields, those conversations that you have at the dinner table with the colleague at work, if you can commit to winning those conversations for our people, winning is not, well, ideally, want to turn them to white positive activists. That's the biggest victory. But just being able to simply just get them to agree and accept our morality, that's the victory.
Yeah, that's
the victory. That's literally it. If you do that, you're making a difference. And if you can make that, it's a simple commitment, because most of the time, these situations, they come to you. That's the thing. So you just got to be ready for those moments, because something too that I want to reiterate as well is, like, for white well-being, you made an awesome video where you were talking about how, a movie, like I remember you said, like, in movies, the character, he's faced with like a point in the movie where he's faced with adversity, and then in that one moment he's brave, and then happy days, and then doesn't have to do that ever again. Well, I remember like Jason saying in that video that for white well being made was, it doesn't work like that in reality, because you got to keep being brave. And with these situations, every time, it wasn't like I was full on confident and all that. My heart was beating. Like I was getting really passionate, which that's something you got to learn too, to control your emotions. Because essentially, and the reason why I react that way is because, well, the battle is for our people to survive or not. But anyway, so that's something to remember too. Being brave is a commitment. It's never just a one switch, but that's what you got to do. Anyway, moving on to the second conversation that I had. So now it's Australia Day. So anyway, I go to training, and I have my like Australia Day flag around my hat. Nice. Because I wanted to express it, because that's what you got to do. You got to express this stuff. Anyway, stuff happens, and I get into a conversation with one of my training partners. And so I said it the same way. I was like, "Oh, how are you spending Australia Day?" And he's like, "You mean Invasion Day?" And then I'm like, "Oh, well, you mean Deliverance Day?" He's like, "Oh, the day your and then he's like, "Oh, the day your ancestors stole and killed my people." I'm like, "No, the day my ancestors came and built Western civilization." Your interpretation of the day is anti-white. And then he laughed it off, and he said, "Oh, I'm playing devil's advocate." What the which I thought later on that what I could have done as well to push even harder was I could have said back to that, like, "Well, your devil's advocate's anti-white." I could just keep going a little bit more. But anyway, they thought I was joking and playing along with their gimmick. Like they thought I was, like, when I was saying those things, they thought I wasn't being serious. Anyway, we have another conversation again, and he does that again, where he's like, "Oh, I'm being devil's advocate." Anyway, what ends up happening is then we just have this back and forth where he's kind of like, "Yeah, but these people were harmed and all that." But that's the thing. That's the trap again. Because we know, since we live outside of the anti-white narrative, we know those things are questionable and whether they happened or not. But that's the thing. I don't know. But in those moments, again, I kept the same strategy. I kept circling back to, well, that doesn't justify the wide erasure of our norms today. That doesn't justify victimizing us today. That's anti-white.
Exactly.
And then, like, you know, it kept going like that.
Sweet.
Because I kept going. Well, you see how it's immoral. You would surely you agree that it's immoral to blame a whole group of people for the actions of individuals. You know, and then I did the
Yeah.
same thing again, and then he's kind of like, well, not exactly. I'm like, what? So I have to be victimized today for the actions of individuals on whether that happened or not. That's pretty anti-white. So Bob over there and his children have to be victimized. You see what I mean?
Yes.
I'm talking in the present because
Yes.
that's the power. That's
Yes.
today. That's today,
Yep.
not in the past. Because that's where we lose. It's a hypothetical.
Yes.
And that's what I learned, because also something else that I learned from that conversation too was when we were talking, you know, we were talking about, because it's like, well, these people have suffered. Surely there has to be a way to remedy it or whatever. Anyway, you know, I circled back the same way. But what I learned from that is, like, when you think of it logically, okay, cool. People were harmed in the past, right? Let's just say that happened. But then those people, those tribes, they would have harmed other people. So, you know what I mean? Like, now
Yeah.
they have to have now they have to make they have to be made amends for that too. And then the tribe before that as well. So where's the line stop? And that's
Exactly.
the point. That's the point. That's why the anti-whites argue that way, because they get to determine where the line is drawn. And the line is never drawn, because you see what I mean? Like, if you can understand that, guys, that's what they do. They create hypotheticals where they get to determine when amends has been made, what exactly it is, and then they just keep changing it.
Yes.
And that's why you don't get into it, because it's never clear. So, but what is clear is now and today, and that's what we're experiencing today. So, yeah, anyway, the victory from that was I got him to accept that it's immoral that the anti-white terror troopers who are going to protest today, that's immoral how they go about amending things is by victimizing us, by blaming white people for all ills instead of individuals. I got him to accept that. You see what I mean? It's like,
God, that's awesome.
So yeah, that's it.
That is so epic. It's a perfect application. It is a monumental D-Day level victory. And you explained it perfectly for people to understand. Not being in the anti-white narrative, not allowing the anti-white or the vague to drag you into one of their, as you're pointing out here, hypotheticals. Were they hurt at some point in the past? Were they somehow purely innocent? Did they not hurt other people? And all of this functioning as an excuse to victimize people who are alive today, who had nothing to do with it, and winning that conversation on that moral playing field where you're the moral actor and they feel compelled. Folks, how many times do people like the great white baron here have to demonstrate, and I have to demonstrate, that the average white person is going to feel compelled to join you on the moral high ground? I've done it 10,000 times if I've done it once, and now heroes like the great white baron are doing it again and again and again and again in the conversations that they are having. This is literally how we recapture the West. And for those who don't see the value in this, it's because they're in a vegetative state. They're a bunch of veg. And there's no use for them whatsoever. But there are going to be millions of people who do see the value in this. We just have to reach them. We have to share these epic testimonials like the great white baron. I got to point out, in this community, and I know there are other communities out there, they get real jealous, they get really angry, and they want to slander the hell out of me because of it. But what happens with their acolytes? What happens with their followers? What happens with they don't have practitioners because they don't have a practice, they don't have a dialogic. We have practitioners. What happens with their followers, though, if they go out and try to recreate and restate all of the things that they learn from their content creator, their leader, their org leader, whatever it might be? their lives are ruined. Their lives and the white race as a whole is undermined by this noxious application of ruinous tactics that anti-whites push in their entertainment media. It should tell you everything you need to know. But here we have story after. Where do you hear? I mean, literally, where people have a conversation, they get into a conversation. I've been in this 30 years where they get into a conversation with someone and they use one of these old tactics, and then they come away being the literal victor. They never do. They never do. It's always they lose. It's always they walk away with the person, their opposition, being in the moral high ground, defeating them in the conversation, slandering them on the way out the door, and them just cursing them back for being followers of Jews or Marxists or whatever, or feds or whatever it is. They lose their entire life. We've had this happening for generations. This is brand new. This is folks coming in and they're contributing. You see, White Baron, he's studied this. He's a regular student. He's a powerful man of the West, young white man of the West, and he is contributing. He shared to the MC that he created. History is built on interpretation, and also talking about these as hypotheticals. These people are coming. They are learning the strategy. They are applying it to their own thinking and to those around them. And then they're able, once they get the right mindset, once they start to get that go free lens in place, to come up with their own neoterisms, with their own concepts, the concepts that they can share, and they can share with us. And if they work as they're working for what, he can come confidently back and say, hey, this is what I use, and it's successful. It's getting us to that same destination so that more of us can do it. This is revolutionary. And part of the problem with talking with people in the white sympathetic sphere is that things that are revolutionary are hard for the dim-sighted to see. It's hard for people if they don't have the mindset, if they don't have the courage, and if, more importantly, with so many of them, they are addicted to losing. They're addicted to losing those conversations. They're addicted to saying the things that are always going to undermine them. Part of the problem there is that something that's revolutionary is just challenging, to say the least, for so many to take that step. But with more and more victories like this and sharing them regularly, we'll bring the people that matter. And this will continue to win for the white race, Westernkind, and the recapture of our destiny and the ending of our victimization. And it will be today, it'll be one of you in a conversation at your job or on the bus or on the plane or whatever it is. And then it's going to be picked up. Like I had a what was it, last year, a year and a half ago, I was on a flight and I had a guy sit down beside me that was a wealthy landowner. And he was a conservative kind of guy. I was sharing these things and he was absolutely coming to the agreement of what is immoral, what's moral, what's anti-white. That is driven by anti-whiteism. Who knows what he's talking about today? Who knows if he's sharing that with more? We'll see the fruits of that in the future. And it's not even going to be the distant future because everything's coming to a head really quickly. Brother, do you have anything else to say before I let you go on this totally epic swatch through? And everybody in the live chat, let's get some quadruple 07s and some cacophonous emojis for the great White Baron. Any final words, brother?
Yeah, well, final words is, as you guys may or may not know, I am the head of the Aussie GFC. So just want to say big shout out to Lockie and Porridge. Thank you guys so much for regularly showing up, because essentially the work that we do there, or even the meetings, or even the having the club in general, wouldn't be possible without you guys showing up. Because essentially, one last takeaway is it's really important, like just being able to regularly talk with people who are like-minded, especially people who are also going free, because you guys can vent certain struggles and situations that you have with anti-whites. You can discuss better ways of approaching those conversations, because we had a challenge that we set for each other where over Australia Day, we're going to have a conversation with someone, at least one person, about our victimization on the day, just saying how it's horrible, the anti-white, you get what I mean. Thank you guys so much. And if you are interested in attending one of those that we have every week, the best way to reach out to me is, well, on Telegram, or you can see in the description down below the Aussie GSC Gmail. But reach out to me there, or someone else in the community, and they'll redirect you to me. And we have them every week for an hour. But that's really it. That's all I've really got. So check that out. And thank you so much, Jason, for having me on.
Well, brother, I couldn't be happier. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of the Australia GFC. And folks, if you want to start to hone your skills, check out the Australia GFC. You can participate in these meetings, find out when it's going to be in your time. And I'm at some of them in your time zone as well. And it's a hell of a good time. And these are smart guys, and they're doing glorious things. And this is exactly what everyone should be doing. We are the soldiers of the real, the soldiers of the actual battle, the conflict for white well-being. Big salutes to you, brother. God bless you. Thank you so much. And we're going to have you swash those sooner next time. All right.
All good. Thank you guys. Promethean Hales. All right.
Promethean Hales. We'll be right back, folks.
No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. Can you feel it? I can almost see it. Shapes on the horizon, a reckoning. I choose not to despair. The miles ahead are fewer than the battles lost. By giving all the gifts I have, I float to the ceiling. I sink into healing. And I'm one with my fathers, and their fathers, and their mothers, and their daughters. They're all watching. I won't falter, I won't falter. falter, I won't falter. Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me, folks. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know if you can hear me, okay? Yes, CKO, thank you so much. We are going to swash through here. The crowd is cheering. We got a brief celebration of our swashbucklers. I want to begin with the absolute epic for white well-being. Let's get some big cacophonous emojis for this hero. He made that video that you saw at the beginning of the Church of the West tonight. And if you didn't catch it, you need to go back and watch it when we are done. It was totally epic. So big salutes to for white well-being. The video is called The Battle of Westernkind. We also want to celebrate, Wes tells me, another new OT member. She's in the live chat tonight. CKO. Big salutes. Celebrate the big CKO, brand new, going to be rocking the world for white well-being. Glad to see you here. Big celebration for the new OT member. This is where the real swashing begins. The real swash work. It's totally awesome. Thank you so much. We also want to celebrate Anglo-Saxon NWG. He's made 2 more, if you can believe it, 2 more videos, music, songs, and they are just awesome, and I will be downloading and playing them soon for you all at a coming gathering. Big salutes, big raucous emojis, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Now, the swashbuckling was a little lighter this week. You know, we had the Trump coming into, there was the big ceremonies, many ceremonies, and of course, Trump Jr. wasn't doing his regular stream, and so the great Franklin could not be there and have somebody to thank for being there. But otherwise, we got to thank the great Franklinator for all the great work that he does. And in particular, let's thank him tonight for the timestamps he does. And thank you all also who are giving a timestamp for spots that you like, and you drop that into the thread underneath of the video. Big celebration, cacophonous celebration for all of you as well. That's immensely valuable because people come along and they see 4.5 hour stream. Where can I get a blurb? Or where can I get a little taste? Where can I get a dash of Jason? Because once they have a dash of Jason, they're going to want much more. That I can tell you. So big celebration, you're on the big to Franklinator for doing that and for getting together the celebrations that we do have here. And in fact, one of our swashbuckling celebrations tonight goes to CKO herself. Let's see it. There she is. She's out there swashing. She's over here, and I think this is under Mick O'Keefe. So of Mick O'Keefe's audience, 10.1 thousand people saw what the brand new swashbuckling champion had to share, CKO. Hundreds and hundreds, over 500,000 of them gave likes, retweets, comments, already doing an epic job. That's how you come in. If you can be a swashbuckler, that's how you enter the scene, my friends. She says, white erasure, not only erasing white people, not only erasing white history and culture, but also erasing our white norms, social cues and standards. This is disgusting. It is the direct impact of the maliciously anti-white government who betrayed the ethnic white people of this land, and indeed of all of our lands. Very well written. I love it. Now, could you imagine if everybody in the United Kingdom, if they were all thinking about it this way? Those are our norms that are being taken. Those are everything that's about us being victimized by anti-whites. the anti-whiteism problem would be over in the United Kingdom like that. Well done. Way to get all of these beautiful concepts and dialectics to the people. Who else do we have here? It is Daniel Kincannon, and I don't think I'm going to be able to. Oh, it does zoom in. I want to read. He had this great tweet that he put out. It was already up to 10,000 views, and we love us some Daniel Kincannon. What does he say here at the very end? It's all about, he's talking about this entire post, and he's got some video of him. Big salutes to him, Raucous emojis. Talking all about, it's not the DEI, it's not the CRT, it's anti-white, it's all anti-white. He says here at the end of it, word games serve only to aid, abet the enemy. It's not complicated. They hate us because we're white. If you don't see that, you're blind. If you can't say that, you're a coward. So true. Our job is to spread the truth about the war on white people so far and wide that anyone who won't acknowledge it by its name is seen as as subversive they are. We must embolden our people to call out every form of anti-white action they see whenever they see it, and stop fearing the repercussions for refusing to comply with our own demise. The repercussions are far less than you would see with other tactics, because we are taking a moral position. And people have demonstrated that in this community time and again and again and again and again. We also have this. We got to thank the great SPUD and the RUKUS. SPUD RUKUS brought this to my attention. Video I'm going to show you right now. It is from Lotus Eaters, and it is a gentleman by the name of Harry Robinson, who I am now a fan of. Let's check that out. Listen closely.
They have it because they want to support the revolutionary movements across the globe that they perceive to have revolutionary momentum. And also it actually says a lot that a lot of the times people who advocate for, you say, internationalism, they're basically stooges for foreign nationalism.
That's very true.
Nationalisms.
I think the simplest way to sum it up is, at its heart, it's always just been anti-whiteism. Just remember the Smithsonian display about what whiteness is from a few years back, where it was saying that whiteness is things like objective understanding of reality, certain standards to turning up on time, to keep time, certain ways of viewing and understanding the world. If you take the opposite approach to all of those, that's wokeism, because it takes what it understands as being the traits of white societies, European societies, and says they're all bad because realistically, non-Europeans don't really compete very well in those circumstances.
Exactly. Yeah, I can.
Let's get some huge on your feet, Raucous emoji celebration of Harry and Harry Robinson, and using anti-whiteism. It's just anti-whiteism, he says, and we have to thank our swashbucklers who enabled this to happen, who caused it to happen. And one of them immediately comes to mind. It's the cool, it's the Papa, it's the J, it's the Magic. How many times has he been over there in their audience? Am I wrong? Am I right? And getting thousands and tens of thousands of views and likes and comments from the Lotus Eaters audience. Oh my God, it's the work of our champions, one man. And now one of their academic deep thinkers over there is like, really, at root, it's anti-whiteism. Oh my God. Oh my God, quadruple 07, crowns from heaven. Drop the crowns from heaven, and we'll be right back. Wow, exciting. Can you still hear me okay? Totally exciting. The efficacy of our work and documenting the successes, changing the way that content creators talk about our victimization. They won't necessarily have us on. We don't have a big enough audience. There might be an issue with, well, you people are remedying what we like to talk about, and so we're worried about losing audience or financial backers. Whatever it is, we get at exactly as planned. We get into their audience, we change the way their audience talks, and that changes the way the content creator talks. And sometimes the content creator is super moral and a super good guy like Donald Trump Jr., and he just picks it right up right away. Doesn't need all of the audience using it yet to create that pressure from above, from below. My God, how much more evidence do you need of the success? How many times did we show you in the Lotus Eaters audience the successes that champions like Cool PAPAJMAGIK have had? And then you have here another member of the community, SPUD RUKUS. She's over there. She's sharing it, and bang, she sees this guy. And he's like, really, at root, it's anti-whiteism. You know, he had to say wokeism there, or he had to say that it's woke, because that's the terminology that they want to use. But there's a pressure and there's an accuracy to what is being shared by our swashbucklers. And this we're celebrating right after we had the epic swash through, demonstrating perfectly with absolute precision. I mean, it was like this guy has studied, you know, under like Bruce friggin' Lee, and he has come out doing backflips and kicked the shit out of 30 people successfully, adding his own moves to it that work in harmony with the training that we teach here. And having how many more successes, how much more proof do we have to have out there for the world to finally, more and more people to finally pour? This is where it's happening. This is Church of the West. We're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day right after we take a look at the financial gifts. And I can assure you that is a great lesson of the day. First financial gift, I want everybody celebrating. Get up your RUKUS emojis. Let's celebrate, because Anonymous has decided to come through yet again. Anonymous online, $125 for white well-being. $125. Let's show this man some love. There you got the 4-0 dropping crowns. There you got the Samuski showing love. SPUD is in the audience. Love it. Janice is throwing out the evergreens and the snowflakes. I love it. God bless. $125. Let me check on over here. I don't know, Dude Bro Moment platform still seems to be having a hiccup. I will check on the dashboard to see if anything's happening there yet. I'm going to restart. It and see if we can get it running. Appears to be running now. Again, keeping my eye on the Dude Bro Moment platform Entropy, which is up and running. If you were trying to jump on there, try it again and see if you can get on there. See if you can write a chat, even a test chat, and see if I can see it. Would be excellent. But the video is coming through. Thank you so much. Let me swivel it around to here and get some refreshes. And we're going to be getting into the Go Free lesson of the day and any other news that you all want to discuss. We have keep the RUKUS emojis and applause going for the great, the first, the last. $100. He's come through. Does look now like Entropy is working. LandoftheFake and Home of the Gay has come through there. Thank you so much, good brother. Entropy is finally working. $100. Please drop some crowns and some love on first, last. And he says, new neckties. $100 for new neckties. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. And to keep it going, for the great, the one and only Cory, $50. He decided to come in there busting through the wall with $50 for white well-being. Testimonials to the success of this triumphant exercise, the Go Free Dialogic. God bless you. $100 of $50. God bless you, champions. We're going to go around and make sure we don't have any others to celebrate. And then we will take a look at the other financial gifts. And that is it right now. I will say go ahead right now on Entropy, $5. Financial gift over here, LandoftheFake and Home of the Gay. Thank you, so. It's much good, sir. $5. Writes exactly as I requested, test. And that is working. Thank you. Thank you. Let me see if the dashboard, the back end is working there as well so I can see. Yes, it is working. It's all working. It's up and running. Thank you so much. And I will be keeping my eye on it. We also have on Cash App, the great Yizz the Unifier, $5 financial gift. She says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Weekly folk tithe. Thank you so much, Yizz the Unifier. Swivel around to here and see if there were financial gifts from today. I don't know if it's from today. We have a diamond. We have 2 diamonds. It might be from today from Heartza. Thank you so much, Heartza. 2 diamonds of cryptocurrency on D Live. Please share over there on D Live. Let people know. Diamonds are raining down. Thank you, sir. I think that was from Wednesday, but that's fine. I'll celebrate it again. And looks like we didn't miss anything on Premium Rumble, financial gift-wise. Remember to tag me with your questions or comments that you might have on any of these platforms, keeping my eyes more on X live chat, Rumble live chat, and YouTube live chat. But I'm looking everywhere because I don't want to miss anyone. We're going to get into the mailbag. Thaumatological mailbag does have some mail in it. Can you believe it? Guess who this might be? The Thaumatological mailbag. There's something special. You're really good. Marilyn is here. Good to see you. We have the one and only Randy. Randy has shown up. God bless you, brother. Big salutes. $20 financial gift from Randy. And he says, saying everything that needs to be said with the financial gift. Testimonial. Let's celebrate Randy. $20. $20 and up gets the celebrations. So thank you so much, good sir. Always good to find Randy in the Thaumatological mailbag. Let's see, who else do we have in there? Oh my goodness, we have a different anonymous showing up. Look at the lovely little card with the butterflies on it. A different anonymous. And she writes here with perfect cursive handwriting, hello and happy new year, Jason. Thank you for your perseverance in this battle for the white nation. You are a warrior spirit. Anonymous. Give it up for Anonymous. Financially gifting $100 to White Wellbeing. $100 beautiful dollars from Anonymous. Thank you so very much. We love it. I'll put the card up over here. God bless you, sister. That is fantastic. And we got one more piece of mail before we get into the Go Free lesson of the day and any announcements we have. One more piece of mail and your comments and questions. The final hour we have just entered of the Go Free Gathering Church of the West. Church of the West. One more. And who is this from? Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue-Eyed Wolf has returned. Does anybody remember Blue-Eyed Wolf? He's back. Blue-Eyed Wolf is back. Justin is here. Good to see you. For White Well-Being is here. Cindy Ben, Nameless One, is here. The Blue-Eyed Wolf is back and has decided to storm in gloriously. Merry Christmas, brother. And extended family, glad to be back. A few months ago, someone said that your show was so-called boring. If you are bored, then you are boring, he writes. And make no mistake, this show we all are indulging is a classroom. And most, if not all of us, are here to learn. In other words, we have a thirst for knowledge. And anyone's unwillingness to reject having a thirst for knowledge is destined to drown in a sea of iniquity. Because if you are unwilling to receive the tools for white well-being, then the anti-whites will make sure that anything and everything that will happen to you, and you will not have the proper tools to defend yourself against such attacks. Always remember that we are active against our own self-interest. That being said, we must forge ahead and endeavor to prevail. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, to one and all Blue-Eyed Wolf. Celebrate that. Celebrate the return of Blue-Eyed Wolf. How exciting is that? And Blue-Eyed Wolf didn't just return with this epic letter. He's back with an epic gift. I'm not kidding you at all. You are going to be really amazed at this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see if I can show with the lights. Oh, it's not going to work because it's just going to mirror. I'm going to take a picture. It is a beautifully framed. I mean, and it weighs like 100 pounds. It's heavy. A beautifully, perfectly framed image of the Eindelen. And inside the Eindelen is yours truly, my face. So I'm gonna get a picture of it, and I'm gonna put it up for everybody to see. Let's hear it. What a gorgeous gift! What an absolutely beautiful gift from. I mean, this was expensive. This was not cheap. This is expensive. It's artistic. The image itself is like on this textured material. It is so awesome. Give it up for the Blue-Eyed Wolf. But that's not only all. You better begin dropping the crowns. You better begin dropping the hearts. You better begin dropping the love on Blue-Eyed Wolf. Maybe is there a wolf emoji, raucous emojis, because along with this gorgeous picture that he created and the beautifully framed and as nice as it could be, a $500 financial gift. 500, everybody on your feet. $500 financial gift from the great, the one and only Blue-Eyed Wolf. Everybody up, everybody show the love. Nothing but 07s. That is so epic. Blue, there you go, the wolves. Show some wolves. Break out the Janice did it. First, last, cool Papa. Stumbling has wolf, wolf. Blue-Eyed Wolf is back and in good form, I tell you. I can't believe this. He's been trying to send this, and it's been having issues being sent and everything, and it finally has arrived, and it is beautiful. I couldn't believe. I was like, what is this? It's so heavy. I mean, it's heavy. And I open it up, and it's gorgeous. It's professional. Like you couldn't find a better, a nicer company to frame. Professionally done. I love it. And the image is gorgeous. I'll get a picture so you all can see it, and we'll have it up. But man, and then a $500 financial gift. Boy, I would say Blue-Eyed Wolf has really come back and is howling gloriously. Well done. And good to see you. Thank God you're back. He had like most of us, every now and again. I don't know if you hear the sirens out there, but you have issues in your life, and it calls you to throttle back at times on advocacy so that you can get your base squared away and then you can get started again. And Blue-Eyed Wolf did it perfectly. Had issues, had things I had to attend to, throttle back a little bit on the advocacy, never giving it up. But then once things are settled again and that base is solid, storming back in like a swashbuckling general with a flaming sword. It's just epic. And an M60. God bless you, man. Great to see you. Thank you so much. I can't wait to get a picture of this to put it up for you all so that you can see how totally epic it is. All right. We still have, looks like Entropy is still working. I don't know what was going on with it earlier, but it is working. All right. Let's get to some announcements really quickly, and then we'll get into the lesson of the day and the message that Johnny Johnson left on one of the threads under one of the videos. Oh, I want to thank Based White. We just had him on for a swash through. I want to thank him for letting me know that the Telegram links in the description have expired. So I will be dropping new Telegram links so that you can join the Prometheum, so that you can join Southern Bloom's open chat, and so that you can potentially access the outreach team chat if you want to become a member there and you prove yourself. So big thank you there if you all see something that isn't right or I might not like that is coming out on the streams or the sound or in the thread or whatever, let me know, because I don't have a staff and I'm a normal guy like the rest of you. Got to go out, live my life, got to get by. And so if there's something that's not working, it's not right, then you got to reach out to me and let me know so that we can address it. Be nice if I was in one of these networks. I just had there was a female who is a suddenly got merch, got everything you can imagine. And she's a brand new content creator, relatively speaking, brand new. And so I reached out. I thought, hey, invite her on before she starts getting, she's not the type that'll get pulled toward the non-white spurging side, but could be pulled toward more of the conservative side. So I said, invite her, before she starts getting a taste of that attention. But reached out and she was like, well, I'm really busy. So you know what that means. Thank you so much, she says, for the offer, but I'm really busy. So then I looked and she's part of a network. And it's exactly what I said. This independent content creators are a thing of the past. They're either going to be people who are created out of whole cloth and they'll be presented to you as this new creator, but they'll actually be the creation of a group of people behind the scenes. And you can think about Soros and how he funnels the money, and it ends up in all of these different entities and all working for the same kind of outcome. Not saying that he's behind these people at all, but we all know how that works. Same thing happening. The Koch brothers right now and relatives are obviously financing, and others are financing these entities. And so you ask and you're like, hey, to one of their, either a creation, as I was saying, out of whole cloth, or an independent content creator that they identify, and they go over and they say, hey, you can become part of our network and we'll get guests for you and we'll give you tech and we'll teach you how to stream better, and we'll give you insight, and you just got to cover what we say to cover. Don't talk to whomever we say don't talk to. So if anybody reaches out, ask us. And so in this case, it looks like I went and found the group that she's affiliated with, and they look like hardcore conservatives. She probably asked. They had a look at no white guilt, and they were like, no, we're not going to have anything to do with race, especially caring about white people. Why would we do that? So as I said, 2025, this is the year that marked the end of the independence we had and the truth that could be gleaned from other people. The information you can glean on the internet now is no more trustworthy than your nightly news or your daytime television. You all have to readjust. Don't get burned 100 times before you finally realize it's as fake as late night TV. And there are numerous different impetus that is causing that, but it is fake. And these like conservative networks and non-white spurging networks, there are people that are the agents, the handlers, all behind the scenes, supplying the money, the insight, the tech, the knowledge, the guests, etc. So the Wild West is dead. The Wild West of the internet is dead, and that's just the reality. We have to build up against that. We have to gain a foothold against networks that are not working for the interests and well-being of white people, rest assured. Regrettably. I need some water. All right. Also want to thank SPUD RUKUS again for getting me that information on that Lotus Eaters. She even made the clip. Thank you for that. Because otherwise, then I got to do it. I remember when getting started streaming and I'd have all these people and making videos. I had endless ideas, and that's wonderful. Thank you for everybody who gave me an idea. But it's better when you can help bring that to fruition. So otherwise, you know, I don't got a network. I don't got a network, don't got a staff. There aren't 2 or 3 people I can get on the phone. You know, it's like Benny Johnson. Like he's got an entire staff, and he's got Congress people coming on, General Flynn coming. It always has somebody going. And you're like, this guy is like a subpar. And all, you know, he's probably a really nice guy, but you've probably seen his clips. It's like subpar streaming. And that's with a staff. You know what I mean? So there's no way anybody would know who Benny Johnson was. No way. If he didn't have a network and a staff and everybody behind the scenes getting the big guests, and so that he could be seen. And there's another guy, there's a total CIA asset. What's his name? I'll remember his name, or I'll go and get it later. Oh, I almost just had it. There's a total CIA asset. And you probably have come across him before. But as much as the CIA is pushing this guy as a content creator, he's still not building up much of it. I mean, the CIA is literally getting him audiences with like Bukele. You know what I mean? And who else? Who else did he? Malay. And getting him audience like, this is a streamer. I mean, how is the audience not able to realize that this is totally fake? But Brett Cooper was what did you say? I think Brett Cooper is a great person to swash on this year. Well, because she left, you mean? Will be interesting to see where she goes. Now, she was an actress that was made a streamer by Benny Shapiro and them. So yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see where she goes and what she says. But my guess is that she's going to become a member of another network, and you'll see her benefiting from the advertisements that the network runs, the deals that the network has made with Alphabet and with the different companies and holding subsidiaries. You'll see it. That's my guess, but we'll see. But yeah, this is 2025 is the end of any accuracy on the internet that's better than what you could get on late night news or daytime television. And it was the end of independent content creators that you'll be able to find. They'll all be parts of networks. And a great example is this particular female that I reached out to. You have no idea the number of people that are, I mean, if I can get Dr. Carol Swain to come on, and she talks to me and we wish each other Merry Christmas, and if I can get her to come on and some of the others, then there's no reason for regular conservative type content creators, especially when they're upstarts, to have a conversation. They would just look at the numbers and they would say, well, this will get me seen. This conversation, I'm just having a conversation, this will get me seen. And no reason. So you can see as a consequence how you have all of these networks that are developing and how independent content creators end up disappearing more and more, because the networks will talk to each other within the network and across the networks. So as well. And they won't talk to those who are outside as much or at all as content creators. So you can see you become more and more obscure as all of these others continue to rise, even literal upstarts, just straight up. You remember the one on Instagram? I think that's where her biggest audience is. And I don't even recall what her name was. So I can't even withhold it from you. But she had no one. She had no, and I told you all, no followers. I said, she's brand new, but yeah, I fear she's probably part of some sort of network. And sure as shit, part of a network. And these people all make enough money creating content to have families. I mean, to pay mortgages? Are you crazy? Are you absolutely crazy? So where is that coming from? It's coming from the networks. Let's take a look at the Go Free lesson of the day, and I'll see what you all are saying as well. Tom said, Jason, you're the son I never had. Well, God bless you. I appreciate that, man. I really do. Thank you. PAPAJMAGIK saying, no, I get. Danunaki is here. Hey, Jason. What is the meaning behind the Eindelen? Great question. And you learn the meaning behind the Eindelen. The fuller meaning, I'll give you the shorter meaning, because you learn that meaning in Prometheus Rising. Take back your destiny. It comes from this story, which is a didactic tale about our people and about our strengths and weaknesses and the forces outside of us and movements that can be peopled or populated by any people or peoples, and therefore how we can navigate the world we're in. So it's a fictional world to navigate the world that we're in. Didactic, allegorical. I think I did a really good job for it. The Eindelen, in a nutshell, is the key that unlocks the hearts, minds, and spirit of Westernkind. In a nutshell, that's what it is. But you can find the deeper meaning in the book. But that's the meaning. The sacrifice of the individual. In sacrifice, I don't mean that you lose your life or your living or your belongings, but that instead of just living your life as like a hedonist or what have you, you have decided to dedicate it to the recapture of our destiny, and by those actions attain glory. So when you dedicate yourself to our people, the ending of our victimization, the recapture of our destiny, you are effectively becoming the key that is unlocking the hearts and minds of our people. So that's the meaning in a nutshell. Thank you for the question. Today I ordered a physical copy of Go Free and Prometheus Rising, says Halantis. Thank you for that, brother. Big salute. No problems ordering here in the Netherlands. Looking forward to reading. Well, God bless you, man. That's great. Thanks for letting everybody know, too, that you can order it there with no issue. And I hope you get your X account back. And if they don't give it back soon, and they don't talk to you soon, you might want to see about starting a new account. I know that's a pain in the ass, but give them a little bit of time to get back with you and talk with you about it. But then don't wait forever. Trump just imposed a 50% emergency tariff on Colombia. And Colombia responded with a 25% on the U.S. So wait a second. Has Colombia done an about face? Or is Colombia really engaging, or should I say still engaging? Because maybe as SN is saying here, they decided that they were going to have a trade war and then began to think better of it. If anybody knows, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. First Last says, faithful brother. Yes, champion. God bless you, man. The fealty is strong. Thank you to Cory saying the audio is good. Yeah, I wish I could just rely on the software to run properly, for the love of God. You know what I mean? Instead of having to fix it over and over. The go free lesson of the day is keep it Promethean, KIP. And we're going to talk about what that is and why Johnny Johnson, 4152, in the thread of one of my latest streams, is encapsulating that in his comment. It's beautiful. Making heroes out of you all, making champions that we're all together. We are improving each other. We are a team. And we are improving each other. We are becoming better. I've become better at the practice of Go Free since meeting with you all week after week, talking about these things and seeing things clearer and clearer. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how a team works. That's how a family works. That's how a people is created. Cool Baba says, if Jason starts doing ad reads like the Daily Wire, I will punch myself. No one is going to sponsor here. No one. There's no, and you know how the sponsors show up, like, and there are shows out there that are spurg out on non-white races, and yet they get sponsors. How could that happen? It is that group that are operating. You could call them the agents, you could call them whatever, the networks behind the scenes. That's how it's happening. They make deals with the companies and they want to legitimize their content creators. Namibian King. With how the Panama Canal is blackmailing all of North America as a trade route, I don't think it's wise for Donald Trump to start antagonizing South American countries in his first week. Well, maybe you're right. We don't really get much of an opportunity to influence him and his decisions. But maybe on the other side of the spectrum, maybe being too friendly and too much of a pushover has been the problem. Panama had to honor their agreement when the idiot Carter, because of anti-whiteism, thought it would be a nice thing to give away the creation of the white race to these brown people and not, the Panamanians. So, which, by the way, we've had plenty of conflict with them. You all might recall. But they did not honor the agreement. They have not kept up the canal. They have allowed, at least Donald Trump is saying, the Chinese military to come in there. And you're right about the blood, charging our ships more. And that is on top of them receiving foreign aid. So America's just like taking it in the rear by these people. So I don't know, maybe you're right that that's too aggressive, but maybe on the other hand, being extra aggressive is what's needed now. A little bit of a wake-up call. I guess we'll see. But let's see what we have. Thank you for your comment. And remember, just tag me as No White Guilt. Same guy says, pay your rent, Jason. Poor Mark can't stop thinking about you. I thought that was his wife's problem. Maybe that's why I'm on his. I shouldn't have said that. I take that back. That's not nice. I take that back. That's not nice. But yeah, I know probably in all seriousness, probably Mark would never think about me. He would just be going on with his life. But these losers in his audience, not all of them, obviously, a lot of good people, but a lot of losers. And they just keep bringing it up, you know? Is that how it happened? Did somebody in the audience bring it up? I would think that he would never, why would he think of me? Except maybe when he looked at, you remember when I mailed him that gift of the warbirds with the American Mustang flying as a wingman to, which British warbird was that? And then I wrote on it some very kind things, even after all of the ugliness. Maybe he thinks of me only when he sees that. If he threw that away, God, that would be awful. You know what I mean? That would really be awful. But maybe when he sees it, he sees the tube that it's in, he thinks, yeah, that was Jason. But otherwise, it's probably his audience. They're probably like, come on, say something bad about Jason. Say another thing bad about Jason. And we just saw, and I think on Wednesday, maybe I will go over the story, but just to cue you in, and if you saw my tweet, you know, one of the online Aryan Nazis was a coal black guy. And he leafleted for the Fed GDL operation. I mean, so who knows who these people are? How many times do we got to find them actually non-white? Arabs, Hispanics, Peruvian Hispanic, you know, full-blooded. How many times? And they're like, come on, for the Aryan cause, slander Jason some more. Anyhow. All right, let's get into this. Keep it Promethean. What does that even mean? Well, it's about being white positive. Keep it KIP. Keep it Promethean. Keep it pristine. Keep it white positive. All right? That's really what it means. It's about living this way, living in a white positive way, living in a pristine way. Jews have kosher. We have pristine. Does that make sense? If you want to find an analogy for it or a comparison inside the anti-white narrative. Keep it Promethean. The Promethean rule to KIP means that well-being advocates live their lives and frame their thoughts to comport with the dignity and honorable behavior of the Prometheans as detailed in Prometheus Rising. So that was an apt question about the Eindelen, wasn't it? It works in beautifully. And by that we mean the men and women of Westernkind, Westmen, who have distinguished themselves in our own populations and around the world. That's what we mean. It also means that reason, logic, and evidence are at the core of decision-making, interpretation, and that go free is central to our lives. It is also that reason, logic, and evidence are at, I think I said interpretation as well. But I want to mention about interpretation that just like Base White was, or I'm sorry, White Baron was saying, that the interpretation of events is what matters. The interpretation of what is said to have happened is really what matters for the present. So we want to bring that same reason, logic, and evidence to any interpretation of anything that we evaluate. We're not going to jump in. We don't hear a claim from a content creator online about, well, this is Project Bluebeam. This is evidence of Bluebeam. And we just lose and we follow that rabbit hole of fiction. Reason, logic, and evidence in everything that we do. And central to our existence is being pristine. That means white positive. That means our well-being is central. That means we retain all of our virtues, but they are secondary to the well-being of our people. No longer do we sacrifice the body and spirit of our people for the virtues that our body and spirit create. As ambassadors and champions of our rapidly growing community, advocates for white well-being kip, using it as a verb, when they acknowledge that Westernkind is a victimized people, persecuted, exploited, and physically, mentally, and spiritually abused. A well-being advocate regards bringing harm to his fellow advocates as unforgivably shameful, because such an act victimizes the victim. We never harm each other because we are already harmed by the anti-white narrative and anti-whites in the world. So it's even more shameful to harm one of each other. As many doctrines and activities are detrimental to the AAP, which is just the fancy name for the practice of going free, white well-being advocates not only identify anti-white judgments and mores as harmful, but they also kip when they guard against seemingly compatible or sympathetic doctrines and activities that might indirectly undermine or interfere with the go free process. So you remember for a long time when we came up on the divorce, sort of it kind of waxed and waned, where people would show up with this argument and say, there are many different routes to the salvation of our people. There are many different routes or routes that we could take. And of course, I would play nice. I would say, well, you know, there definitely could be others that haven't been created yet. But these others that you're referring to have demonstrated for generations that they are not a route to salvation. They are a route to damnation. Look at where we are. Those routes, those strategies, those tactics have been in place for generations. What more evidence could you possibly need? Now, absolutely granted that confronting our challenges to our well-being is going to be a multi-perspectival work. And that work is a work in progress. So there are going to be a lot of new views coming along, a lot of new ideas. But having said that, so many of these others that people are advancing as other route, like, come on, Jason, just say that LARPing as putting on a Nazi uniform and LARPing as a that's a path to the recapture of our destiny. Just say that. And no, I'm not going to say that. They hated that. I know. They hated me for it. I'm not going to say that because it doesn't lead there. I can look out at the world and I'm going to make I got a product and a service here. And there are other products and services out there that profess to achieve the same outcome. It's like with toothpaste. If there are 4 other brands of toothpaste in the world and everybody's teeth are going black, and I come out with a brand of toothpaste and everybody's teeth that uses it goes white, am I not going to say to the world, here are the virtues, here are the benefits of my product, and here are why the other products are inferior? Of course I'm going to say that. What sense would it make for me to come forward and say, here's my product, it whitens everybody's teeth beautifully, and these other 4 toothpastes, although they've never whitened anybody's teeth, well, maybe they will at some point. Although, toothpaste number 1 not only makes them black, but it makes them rot. Toothpaste number 2 not only makes them black, but it makes them fall out. Toothpaste number 3 not only, but maybe at some point, come on, Jason, just say that these other, and instead of formulating, you all remember, instead of formulating cogent arguments about why these ideas and tactics, vehicles and ideologies that have only ever harmed the participants and never gained any ground back against our victimizers, not only did they tell me, would just say that these work, they never even formulated an argument. Their retort was, "You're a Jew." That was their retort, showing you how classless they are. For example, some content producers in white sympathetic spheres have behaved no better than tabloid journalists. They give explanations and take positions on historical and contemporary events for the self-serving purposes of getting attention and donations. Not because these explanations and positions will benefit you or our people. God dang the Jason guy for not wanting people who listen to him to go to jail. God dang the Jason guy for the people who heed what he has to say, that he would want the people that he heeds what he has to say to improve their lives and have victory in every conversation, which he realizes and articulates and teaches are the battlefield of the recapture of our destiny. God damn him for doing that, wanting those people to win and be awesome. I won't this. It's like Jason's selflessness is the reason to hate him. Jason won't be there when I wasn't there when White Baron was laying waste to the anti-white world. That was all his victory. That was all his shining moment. That was all him being awesome and being the victor. And I am happy about that. All of these, so many of these others, and I'm not here again, I'm not talking about the ones that are bringing you the news, like Red Ice, for example. But so many of these others that claim to have a path forward, they hate the idea of anybody who listens to them getting attention, doing well, succeeding. Let's hear. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms. Clean of White Noir saying over here, so effing true. This is Johnny Johnson, another hero in the community, writing brilliantly and kipping here. He says, going free is a practice. And I do want to add something to the practice, although I'm not sure this is anything new, but it bears repeating. Many whites are still programmed subconsciously to be very submissive. I encourage every single one of you to try to get rid of this programming and start living free and bold. Heed these words. This is brilliant from Johnny Johnson. Don't be, when you're in that situation, what he's really talking about, there's more here, but you can really see, at least in one respect, this moment to be like a little afraid, a little pathetic. The other person might not want to hear the word anti-white. No, don't live that life anymore. Stop walking through life like a coward. And it's not your fault. It's anti-whiteism's fault. It's the anti-white narrative. The fault and the blame lays on the shoulders of anti-whites, on cucks that'll tell you to go change your room. You are a warrior for Westernkind. Live like that. I encourage every single one of you to try to get rid of this programming and start living free and bold, to walk, talk, and dress, to walk quietly, talk quietly, and dress humbly, and act humbly. Pretty much walk on eggshells. That time is over. To not express themselves too much and just overall be submissive. That time is over. Our confidence as a people obviously has been hit hard. This is why this movement and any well-being movement is so important. As a white person, I want you to know that there are no limitations on anything you can achieve. You can do whatever you want, and you need no one's permission, just like any other race of people. The world is just as much ours as any non-white person. Never forget that. I encourage everyone to speak more boldly, dress more boldly, express themselves more boldly, grab life by the horns more boldly, and work towards success more boldly. Because the time of being a submissive race ends here. Holy, celebrate. Celebrate Johnny Johnson.
Full of sorrow and pain.
Oh, wow.
The world so divided, calling my name in vain. But then I met some folks with courage to share. They lifted me up when no one else cared. They didn't know me a thing, but they gave me their hand. Showed me a path to a much better land. Braver hearts, stronger souls, fighting for truth where the dark wind blows. They lit up my way when the nights felt so long. Gave me the strength to carry on for my kin.
Beautiful. Johnny Johnson. Now a hero, a leader of the West. Anglo-Saxon and WG music, ladies and gentlemen.
These weren't just words, they were actions so bold. A fire that warmed me when the world was so cold. They gave me the tools to rebuild and to fight, to walk in the day and to shine in the night. They spoke of well-being, of pride and of grace, and I knew I'd been saved in that sacred place. Braver hearts, stronger souls, fighting for truth where the dark wind blows. They lit up my way.
Celebrate Anglo-Saxon NWG and a financial gift that came in. And Johnny Johnson. Live like a hero. Johnny Johnson saying the truth. 07s. Glamorous emojis. Financial gift over here from Stephen, ladies and gentlemen. 25 white well-being dollars. Stephen wants to be heard. $25. Give it up for Stephen.
Their voices like thunder, their hearts made of gold. In a world that's gone cold, their warmth makes us whole. Braver hearts, stronger souls, fighting for truth where the dark wind blows. They lit up my way when the nights felt so long. Gave me the strength to carry on for my kin, for my
beautiful country tune. LG is with us. Eva is with us. Thank you all for celebrating our champions, our heroes, stepping up. Stumbling is all to dream about his glorious victories for white well-being.
And thank God for these heroes who called out my name.
Beautiful, beautiful piece of music. The community making a difference in the members' lives and for our people. We're going to win this. We're going to do this. There's nothing that can stop us. There are too many champions in this community now. So we are inevitable. We are ineluctable. We had 700 plus over there on X having a listen, and hopefully they will come away empowered and interested in the practice, the dialogic of Go Free, as we are in our final minutes on this Church of the West. Nationless Nationalist over there on Rumble says, thanks, Jason, for making it possible to blend into the regular normie population. Hiding with a superpower is not the way. Brilliantly written. Wow, smartly written, brother. Thanks, Jason. Listen to that testimonial for making it possible to blend into the regular population, which means the place you got to be, right? You've got to be in the rest of the population and winning the contests everywhere you go, every conversation you have. That's where you've got to be. So then he says, hiding with a so-called superpower is not the way to go. I was there, brother. I was exactly where you were. I was there wondering, like, what am I supposed to do with this? How do we change anything? Remember, I told you all so many times, these conferences and meetings, they always felt like Camp of the Saints. Like we were just finding the handful of other people out there that could understand or that already got it, or whatever that was. And we were coming together to commiserate and like rub each other's backs as the West burned down around us. And I was always like you all, I'm sure you're like, God, this isn't going to work. We're not going to fix anything like this. We can't tell people. We can't tell our people at work. We can't tell our family members. We can't tell our spouses. We can't. Differing degrees of victimization as a consequence. And I was just a hard-headed Southerner and too focused on ending the victimization of our people, and more so for white children. And so they wouldn't come up and have the same misery that, but I mean, just if you just think about it, you take like all the intellectualism away from it. Just seriously think about white little kids. Think about white babies. Think about white little kids. I don't know, 4 or 5. Think about them. They're going to be in school. They're going to turn on the TV and it's going to be everything. You're evil. The essence that makes you is evil. I mean, if you would stop like a cat from scratching a little white child, how could you not fight anti-whiteism with the tools that work? So that's my thinking. I don't know what it is. I guess real men and women feel this internal obligation. And then maybe it's hard-headedness that made me and you proceed against the headwind of all these people that say, don't, not that direction, not that way. If you don't do exactly as we say and use the words that we tell you to use, well, then you're in a cult. I mean, and you're like up against this kind of stupidity. It's amazing. But anyhow, let me take a quick look at this story in our closing moments, because I think it's kind of funny. Then we'll be back. We'll be back on Wednesday. Representative Andy Ogles. Who's he ogling? Andy Ogles. His last name is a microaggression for the anti-whites. A constitutional change to allow Trump to serve 3 terms. Republican Tennessee has introduced a bill, joint resolution, to amend the U.S. Constitution 22nd Amendment to allow President Donald Trump to serve a 3rd term in office in order to correct the disastrous course set by the Biden administration. Amendment 22, ratified in 1951, states that no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. But Ogles' joint resolution would change it to say no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times, nor be elected to any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms. I think that's brilliant. As Trump has just, so that would preclude Obama, for example. So if you served and then lost, you could serve again for 2 more terms. I think this could work if you could get the Republican losers to push it. As Trump just entered a non-consecutive term after former President Joe Biden's departure from the White House, he would be allowed to serve in the Oval Office once again, should the proposal pass through Congress. Trump, the oldest U.S. president upon swearing in, would be 82 years old if he were to be sworn in for a third term in January 2029. At his energy level, he is outpacing 20-year-olds. I'm not saying that as flippantly. No one can do this, what he's doing. So do you really think like at 82, he's going to be like every other 82-year-old? I doubt it. And I would much rather have him than blowjob. I mean, let's be serious. President Trump's decisive leadership stands in stark contrast to the chaos, suffering, and economic decline Americans have endured over the past 4 years, Ogle said in a press release. He has proven himself to be the only figure in modern history capable of reversing our nation's decay and restoring America to greatness, and he may be given the time necessary to accomplish that goal. We in this community realize that he's not going to be able to reverse the decay. He is going to be able to step in there and halt some of the elements of decay, right? Some of the tissue that is gangrenous. He's going to be able to stop it where it is. You're not going to be able to retake territory because he doesn't have the white positive morality. He doesn't have a morality that hasn't already been defeated by anti-whiteism. Does that make sense? Can I get an amen? So it's these people are, I get it. It's midwit thinking. It's subgenius thinking. It may be higher than midwit, but it's subgenius thinking to think that an executive is going to be able to enter an office and turn back a morality, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, with executive orders or with laws that are passed. All of those things are downstream from the social morality. So he can temporarily address the growth of the gangrene, but he can't stop it. And he definitely can't retake any ground. Having said that, he and his surrogates in office present us with an opportunity to legitimize the lexical dialectical armory of the Go Free dialogic. That's why we love Trump. Not because he's going to fix America, not because he cares about the white race. We have no way of knowing that. Not for any of those things. All that we can know as mature adults from where we sit is that there's an opportunity for us that isn't present in other administrations. So let's be adults and let's end the victimization of our children. Ogles went on to tout Trump's recent efforts to undo the catastrophic policies of the Biden administration. I think it's so funny. The people who are saying that woke is defeated and woke is being put away and all of these sort of things, they are all telegraphing to you that they have a basic bitch, erroneous understanding of what's actually happening. So you should know when a content creator, org leader, whatever they might be, congressperson is saying the woke is being beaten, it's being put away, it's being defeated. Woke was, remember, just the name that anti-whites were using as an alias for a time for anti-whiteism. So you immediately know what they're telegraphing to you, that they have no clue of what's going on. They cannot lead you to the promised land. Citing his declaration of a national emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border and the elimination of federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, so DEI, another alias. Compared to the prosperity and protection offered under President Trump, the Biden administration has subjected Americans to relentless abuse that will take a decade to correct. The congressman also recently introduced legislation to authorize the president to end the foreign aid to Honduras, following the Central American nation's threat to shut down the U.S. military base in the country if Trump enforces mass deportation of illegal Honduran migrants. Oh, you're going to threaten us, Honduras. What a joke. No, and for the next 4 years, we're going to be sober about the opportunities and the challenges, but we're also going to celebrate how hilarious Trump is and how much he pisses off the opposition, how much he pisses off the people in the race spurging, the non-white spurging communities, how much he pisses off foreign governments, how much he pisses off anti-whites in the US, anti-whites in Europe, in the EU, how much he pisses them off, makes them scared. We'll celebrate and laugh at the Danes running around their house, going crazy because Donald Trump is serious. All that is fun we can have while we recapture our destiny, one conversation at a time, which is atomic level victories. And I will go on any show, I will debate any person over that. There is no question about it. This is the path to victory. I've dedicated my life to it, and I'm glad to see you all on the front lines with me and standing shoulder to shoulder with me and with all of you is the great Dude Bro Moment, who just financially gifted 50 white well-being dollars here in the final minutes of this Church of the West. Show this man some love. Show this man some love. I want you to think about it. God bless you, Dude Bro Moment. That's totally epic. You're like, at the last minute, he dives in. He dives in at the last minute. I want y'all to think about the contest really as this visual that I talk about being shoulder to shoulder, like the Spartans. The battlefield is different than it was then. But this is where the war is fought. This is where the war was lost. And this is where we reclaim that destiny. This is where we end the victimization of our people around the world, working, as we show today, in Australia, in Canada, in the US, every Western country, because it's all afflicted with the same anti-whiteism, the same disease. So when you think about each other, think about the team that we're on. Think about the fighting unit that we're on. We're shoulder to shoulder, spear point over spear point, shield over shield. And we're taking all of it back, a conversation at a time, a victory at a time. Already, the conversation made its way all the way up to the great Donald Trump. It'll make its way back there again over these 4 years. Mark my words. The world is ours. The victory is ours. The salvation of our people is ours. It will be our credit. It will be our glory. This is our moment. God bless you all. Let's go free.